the back seat. Check the back seat.
All right, come here.
Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the back seat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily. Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John, Josh, Nick. Hi.
Hello.
Hello, Happer. How you doing?
Good.
Good.
Wonderful. You know, this morning when I listened back to some of the Dylan audio, it was the first time I saw what he was wearing.
Mm-hmm.
And
Thoughts?
folks are having. I'm not a huge fan. I get it. I'm not a fashion plate, so I mean,
talk about the shoes.
I
didn't see the shoes.
I didn't see the shoes. I was just
either.
talking about the red outline on the collar of the black jacket.
Oh, I figured you were going to talk about the slippers.
Oh, I didn't see that.
I think
he wearing
everybody's
slippers?
I assume so.
Were they slippers or like hey dudes?
No,
Were they flip-flops?
no, like the
Were they
kids are doing
Birkenstocks? Or they're still doing the Birkenstocks?
the kids are doing the
Birkenstocks?
no socks and the loafers now.
Oh, really? Oh, it's gotta get so stinky.
It does.
Yeah.
It do be getting stinky now.
Well,
Ugh.
Andy in our YouTube comments section asks, did Dylan wear his prom suit to Vegas because he never attended one because he never stayed anywhere long enough?
Interesting
So
question.
it did give off the vibe of a prom tux.
Yeah, did.
Yeah, a little bit.
I did.
Yeah,
So-
I'll read a text that I sent to a fellow media member yesterday let me see if I can find it real fast. But it was when so there was a tweet where he was going through his outfit. And I just sent that and I just said, I hate this bleep because I just don't care. Save that for tomorrow. I don't care about outfits. So I don't dislike the outfit. I just don't care to
Can
talk
I guess
about them.
who you sent it to and their response?
Sure.
Mike Schaefer.
Nailed it.
Agreed.
It was a ha-ha on the thing, so I'll take that as a cosign.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, those shoes. Yeah, I would never wear
I would
that.
definitely text something like that to Schaefer because I know that I would get a
nice response.
positive response.
Yeah.
So speaking of outfits, I watched episode 2 of Quarterback last night. Have you watched this show
No.
yet? You're probably not going to watch this show, are you? I recommend it.
I probably
really
watched
like
part 2 of the Billy Joel documentary this weekend.
I legitimately like it. It's really good. But there was a whole 5-minute section on Joe Burrow and his outfits because he has a stylist. And it is just a
What
world.
is that guy doing?
It is
too?
just a world that I will, obviously never enter into. Needing a stylist, talking about what will you wear? And the guy was like, I like this. This would be cool. And he was like, you want me to hold this
but,
bag?
like, are stylists good? Do stylists know what the people that they're styling, their personality?
Yes, this guy's been working with Joe for years.
But
Yeah.
I never feel like Joe Burrow is dressed appropriately. I never feel like he's dressed like he would dress.
The stylist mentioned that, like, I like that Joe takes risks with his stuff.
Because that's you, stylist.
Yeah.
Stylist is doing
But
that.
he brings in, if I am to understand it right, he brought in like this whole rack of things. He was like, what about this with this? What about these shoes? And Joe was like, I'm not wearing those shoes. He's like, I knew I shouldn't have asked, but I thought I would try.
Okay, so he has
a
limit.
agency. He has agency with
There is a
because
limit.
there was this huge.
Is this your new word, by the way?
What?
Agency. You've used it like 4 times in the last 2 days.
Have I?
Yeah.
What do you mean by he has agency?
Well, he's his own person. He makes the
He gets
decision.
to say yes or no. The
Yeah,
stylist isn't
Have I said
holding
that?
him
Yeah.
at gunpoint.
Oh, okay.
I noticed it yesterday.
you
you
do
said
that
it 3
sometimes.
times. No, yesterday was the first time I heard
I'm
you
not-
use it.
I'm not
I'm
saying
done saying this word now.
I'm not saying specifically
done.
agency, but sometimes you'll latch onto a word or a phrase for like a week and a half.
Do you
The last
do you have
time-
agency on backseat producing?
what was the last?
No,
what was the
I
last
don't
one,
backseat
Nick?
produce anymore.
His last one was pelts on the wall.
So if I keep shaming you into things, will you stop doing them? Is that what you're
Definitely.
your thing now is?
No, I'm not.
I mean, I've been
backseat
shaming
producing
you about
anymore.
being a Cowboys fan for 10 years.
Yeah,
You haven't
that-
stopped doing that.
I ain't going nowhere, John, on that. Sadly, but
Man.
I'm done backseat producing. I'm done.
Wow. Josh triggered.
I was a little triggered.
I
I just trying to help the show.
I just like having fun with it.
I'm just trying to help.
I know you are.
I'm done helping them.
But I just enjoy when you do it because honestly, it was meant to get to him, and it gets to you more than it gets to him.
It got to him, but then it got to me because it got to him. So I was like, I'm done. I'm done.
It's over.
I don't like it.
Way to go, John and Nick. You guys blew it.
I have agency on shaming.
You do. You have agency on shaming.
I never believe Joe Burrow when he tries to dress up in fancy ways.
Yeah.
I'm like,
he's an interesting guy, man.
because he always felt like just a regular
Joe.
Well, because I think he's about my age. Maybe he's a little bit younger.
Probably.
No, he's younger, right? Because he was in college.
Yeah, he's younger than you.
In 2008? Yeah, so he's significantly younger, I guess. But like,
He was probably 23 in 2019.
I always just felt like he was just a guy from Ohio, and then all of a sudden he got like hair dye. He found hair dye, and
He found it.
I don't know who
What's
told him to
this?
do all this hair dye and these weird hairstyles.
I do like last season. He just looked like Eminem. I was calling him.
That's how he
Slim
showed
Burrow.
up. That's
I
how
don't
he
feel
showed
like
up.
that's him though. Like I don't. He's not. He doesn't seem like a guy to like take a bunch of fashion risks. I'm blaming
Well,
this.
apparently you're wrong.
stylist.
You're blaming Mr. Style.
Yeah,
Interesting.
I want a stylist. What do you guys think?
Do you?
Why do you want a stylist?
I don't know.
Do you have to have hair to have a stylist?
Well,
Well,
to style
if
your
you
hair.
want a hairstylist, probably.
Look who just did it again.
That fat bastard. God, I hate him. He's like 97 years old.
He is old.
John's talking about Salvador Perez.
Everyone wishes they had a Salvador Perez.
Poll question. Asian Joe says, I have agency.
I mean, seriously, the guy's like three bills.
Wow, we're body shaming Joe?
Yes, I'm going to body shame. I can't stand him.
He's a nice big man. Yes,
He
probably's got a
like
stylist.
4 home runs in this series, something like that.
definitely 2. Yeah.
Wait, you thought Kawhi Leonard was 28 years old?
I kind of thought he was still in his 20s for some reason.
Wow.
I don't know.
Interesting.
Because I've only seen him play 12 basketball games in my life.
Fair. Now, that's a great point.
So
He never plays.
I figured he was young.
He's
I don't know.
always hurt.
I didn't really think about it that much. It was a
Okay.
misfire on my part.
Yeah.
I apologize.
It's all good.
I didn't have agency on it.
Nice. Good word. It's a great word. Have I been saying agency a lot?
You said it 3 times yesterday.
3?
Yes.
To be fair, that was the
Well, I
first time
counted because
noticed.
with the first time you said it, I was like, oh, Josh is using a different word. And I thought he must have been
It's a
reading.
good word.
Josh found a new word like Joe Burrow found hair dye.
Maybe
Except-
it was a like something you heard on a podcast.
Yeah, it's just a thing that happens sometimes. You know, you pick up on a phrase
absolutely.
or a word, and then you let it
Absolutely.
ride for a
I'm
week and a half,
not
and
trying
then
to
you're
say
done.
the same word every day.
But then
I
you
like
used
new
it again
word.
early today, and it's like, wow, he's
I used
found
it
his
earlier
new word
today.
of
Don't
the
worry.
day.
I used it early
It'll
today.
run its course. You'll find
Yeah,
a new
you
one.
haven't said the pelt thing lately, so it'll run its course eventually.
The what thing?
Put
The pelt
pelts
thing
on the
that
wall.
pelts on the wall.
I don't feel like I said that much.
Nick said that was your
Did he
last
say-
one.
Yeah,
That
I
was
don't-
your last
I
one.
don't feel like I
When was
said that a lot.
That must have been last week when I was
Because
gone.
I remember when it started. It wasn't just last week. I remember when it started. You're like, "What's that phrase?" Put the
Oh.
pelts on the wall, and then after you said
I
that,
started saying pelts on the
you
wall.
started saying "pelt on the wall."
What was his one before that?
I don't remember.
We should start tracking these.
I do know
Interesting.
there was one before that. I just don't remember which one.
Apparently,
it was.
this
Josh
is my
Word
life.
Tracker.
Yeah, I guess so.
We should do
It's
this.
like John's word of the game, but Josh's word of the week.
You know what? There should be a parody Twitter account
Ooh.
that just tweets out Josh Word Trackers.
What would my word bubble be of odd words or phrases?
I wouldn't say you do it a lot. I just happened to notice this one.
Did I do it earlier today?
I've
So
never,
like, we'll maybe
I've
hear it
never
at like
heard you use it
2:50 today?
before. I've never heard you use it before.
Really? I feel like
Never.
I've said agency for a
No.
long, long time.
I've never heard you say it
Not
in
on
that
the show.
context. Yeah.
Not on the show, I don't think.
That was the first time when you just did it like 5 minutes ago. That was the first time I've
Interesting.
ever heard you say it in that context. To be fair.
Stibb says Josh did it with Bandy about.
Bandy about?
Bandy to-
It's gonna bandy about.
Don't recall this.
Where
You
does
know,
that
it's
come
pretty
from, by
band-
the way? Bandy
It's
about.
all bandied about. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't
Where does that come from?
That's a great question. I don't know.
Bandy.
What is the
Bandy
origin
about.
story?
It's
of
got to be
bandy?
like something happened like during the Civil War.
It means to discuss
And
something in a
General Bosch,
casual
and-
or
No,
No, I know
No.
what it means, but where did
No,
it come from?
Because he
I know,
said
I'm
we
looking
read
at
a
it.
quote about Tom saying, and Josh fell in love. I think he's thinking of Banty Rooster. Yes, I did.
Banty Rooster, yeah.
Tom Osborne said, "Don't be a Banty Rooster," and I
Yeah.
thought that was the funniest thing in
Yeah.
my life, and so I started saying that.
Okay.
Yeah, that was like a decade ago. Good
Well,
memory,
but that's
Stibbs.
that's a. But
that
that's
was
a-
in the
that's
Henry
a funny
Cordes
one.
book. Yeah, that was funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was
This was
I was leaning
more-
into a bit.
Yeah. This was actually using it in a
He
serious
described the
sense.
Miami players as Banty Roosters.
Banty Roosters.
Well,
Which is like a little problematic, but also funny.
I have the origins of Bandy About if you're interested.
Go for it.
Originated from the 1570s from French bander, meaning to strike back and forth.
Interesting.
Bander?
Yes.
Not banter?
Bander.
Yeah, bandy about.
Bandy
Bandy
about.
about.
B-A-N-D-Y about.
Yeah.
Was that how you spell that?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. I had this realization when you guys were talking about tone yesterday, too.
Tone.
How do
I
you
agree
spell
with
tone?
Josh.
T-O-N-E.
I'd never seen the apostrophe.
Yeah.
Well, but again, it's an abbreviation.
It makes sense, but I never
That's-
really thought of it that way.
Yeah,
Tone.
it's because it's abbreviated, because you don't want to confuse it with the word tone, which is
a different thing.
a different thing.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out, what do I Google to try to I don't even know what to Google to figure out how to spell it correctly.
Tone.
Yeah, because
just-
I wrote tone
Well,
and it was
but-
like a tone is a
Tone
musical.
as a nickname.
But usually when you drop the G on a word, like rushing or
Mhm.
Russian,
Like nickname for Tony. Would
you
that
always
be
put
on there?
an apostrophe on the end of it. You take out the last letter and you put the apostrophe.
So on Wikipedia, it does say the usual abbreviated form of Tony or Tony with an I is T-O-N-E. And then
That's-
or ant.
That's not the way. I've never used it.
So
Ever used
I
it.
just Googled nickname for Tony, and AI says common nicknames for Tony include Ant, Tone, T, and T-Bone.
Hey, Stibbs has been probably rewatching The Sopranos. He always does. Stibbs, find an episode where they call him Tone, turn on the subtitles, and see how they spell it. That would
You
solve
can't
our-
always trust subtitles, though. They get
Yeah,
things wrong
'cause
sometimes.
a lot of
interesting,
time-
because I'm going to be right, and so we can't trust it.
Well,
I just like
whether
how
you're
that's
right or
the
wrong.
end all be
That's
all.
how I would do it.
But that's the way I.
Because when I
I'm
call
gonna
Tony
keep-
Petiti,
I
I
would go
always
to my favorite TV show.
I think of Polly Walnut saying tone.
Tone.
That's what I think of.
And that's, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want to write it out that way, that's fine.
What we need is
I'm
really
going
the
to use the
official.
apostrophe.
We need the actual manuscript from an episode.
That's a great call, Nick. We need to get David Chase on the grum.
Those
Could we
scripts are
tweet at
available on
David
the
Chase?
internet, aren't they?
Yeah. I would be stunned, Nick, if David Chase had a Twitter. That would blow my mind.
You up? Are you down? David Chase?
Dave says that the biggest word cloud for me would be a tie between former and latter. Latter. I do like saying former and latter.
It's a good one.
I'm changing how I
Oh,
talk.
there's
folks.
nothing there.
You don't have to change anything.
I'm
Just be you.
changing how
Part
I
of the
talk.
Josh charm.
Steve
Wow.
says, I watched Hook the other day and the subtitles were hilariously wrong on many names. That is a great movie. You ever see Hook,
Nope.
I've never seen Hook.
John?
Like
No.
Captain?
Hook, no.
Yeah, it's with Dustin Hoffman
Oh,
and Robin
man,
Williams.
I can't do a search.
Julia
on it.
Roberts. She plays the little Tinkerbell character. Wasn't her name Tinkerbell?
Yes.
Nailed it.
The
There we go.
Tinkerbell character is named Tinkerbell.
Mm-hmm.
Julia Roberts.
It's not letting me do a search. I found I found the script to the
Oh,
pilot.
probably
of
because
some-
it's like a PDF of
It
some
is.
sort. Bummer.
But why won't it let me do
Adobe
that?
Well,
Acrobat.
was Walnuts hitting him with the tone in the first episode?
Yeah, I don't know, Nick. That's a great question.
Didn't feel like tone time.
Oh man.
Didn't feel poll question. Did it feel like tone?
Probably wasn't tone time.
Mm-hmm.
Tone time, season 2.
All right, I'm gonna download it here,
Okay.
and then we'll see if there's anything. Now this is for the pilot episode.
Downloading
That's still not doing.
Soprano scripts pilot episode.
It
I
still
got-
won't let me search.
This is a very me thing.
Got a topic?
First anniversary. No.
No.
I mean, maybe, I guess. I don't know. First anniversary with my now wife. She got me the
My wife.
Mad Men pilot script,
Oh,
which
really?
was badass.
That's incredible.
What do you mean the?
Like
it's
the actual one?
Probably not the actual one, but a Mad Men pilot script. It's very cool.
Well, so
It's like this red cover, very nice, and it's the pilot script. It's a script for the
What-
pilot of Mad Men.
Is that just on the bookshelf?
yeah, what do you do with it?
It is.
Is it in a shadow box?
No, you know what? Since we moved, I think it's in the desk, my desk. I should put it somewhere in my
Yeah, get-
office.
Put it in
Do
a
you
shadow
frame
box.
That's a good idea.
Do you find your favorite scene and then just open it to that and then frame that?
Well, my favorite scene of the pilot is probably the first scene. I
Yeah.
love the first scene of the pilot. You would remember, Nick, I loaned you season 1 on Blu-ray.
If I would remember if I watched it.
Yeah. Then you watched Walking Dead.
That's a good gift.
I thought it was
It's
awesome.
a really good
Hey,
gift.
you're
She
a super
destroyed-
duper nerd.
Yes,
so
exactly.
Yeah, that's good for you.
She knew me very well.
I would like a thing like that. That
What would be the Connor Happer version of a Mad Men season 1 pilot script?
does it have to be a script?
No. What's your version of that? What's your version of
that's a great
of
question.
of like a really awesome surprise like that? You want to talk about a surprise gift?
I tell you what, it would be. I tell you what, it would be. It would be a newspaper.
Oh, there we go.
It would be-
2014.
Yes,
Yeah.
it would be the
we go.
front cover of the Kansas City Star on one of those days. It would be after the American League wildcard game, the day after the wildcard game. That's what it would be.
That's good. That's a great
I
gift.
bought after that year. They were selling the Star was selling posters, and the poster had, I think it was $20. It had all of the newspaper covers on it from the entire month.
Whoa.
And I have it prominently displayed in my basement.
Very cool.
Yes.
All right.
But I want one.
I haven't found exactly what we're looking for, but I found something similar. If you remember from The Sopranos, what did Tony always call his Uncle Junior?
June.
Uncle June.
Yeah.
So there is a line in here from Tony. Too bad. Listen, Uncle June apostrophe.
Wow. So John's probably going to be right on the tone spelling.
Definitely at that point.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I never would have expected to put an apostrophe there, but I guess
Have you never done that? Like if you drop the G off the end of the word, we're like you're talking about
going somewhere.
Yeah.
GOIN apostrophe.
That's true. I just never
That's a
thought
good
of it
argument.
with names.
Yeah.
But that's right. Yeah,
Yeah.
because you do. Yeah, I'm going somewhere.
I'm going somewhere.
I'm kidding.
I'm
Checking
kidding.
it out.
Checking it out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I'm coming to Kansas City for the game.
I marked that. So if I went by Nick, but without the K, if it was just NIC, would that be an apostrophe since it's short for Nicholas?
I don't know about that.
So I don't know why Nick has the K in it because the full name doesn't have a K.
That's a
true.
great question.
It's like John and John.
It's just made
Well,
up.
it's like people when they called President Kennedy Jack.
Why is anything spelled the way it's spelled?
Yeah, I don't know why Jack is a nickname for Robert. That doesn't make any sense. Why not
why
Robert?
is
It's a
Dick
nickname
the
for John.
nickname for
Oh, John,
Richard?
my bad.
You
Yeah,
know?
yeah.
There's all sorts of nicknames like
Billy
that.
William.
Billy.
There
and
you
William.
go. Yeah.
Or what separates if your name is William and what differentiates people calling you Willie or Billy?
Or Will.
Maybe
Or
that's
Will.
just
Or
a thing.
Will.
One of my best
Well, yeah,
friends.
how did Billy Joel? Why is Billy? He's William Joel. Why do they call him
What-
Billy? Why don't they
great
call
call.
him Will Joel?
Maybe that's just what he wanted.
You should start calling him Will
Will
Joel.
Joel.
I
One of
love
my
old
best
Will
friends-
Joel.
Why does he have two first names?
One of my best friends, his legal name is Robert. Like our friend group calls him Bob, but he has a different friend group from college that calls him Bob.
Yeah.
And so it's so weird when you hang out with them because if you hang out with his family, they call him Robert. But if you hang out with us, you call him Rob. You hang out with his other friends, they call him Bob. So we could have a gathering, and he's getting called all three names.
And he would know who's
Yeah.
referring to
exactly
him.
like if somebody called him Bob, he knows. Oh, that's my early college friend group.
If ever given the opportunity to call somebody Bob, I call him Bob.
Yeah,
Bobby Witt Jr. Bob.
Bob Jr.
He's Bob every time.
Bob Witt.
Mm-hmm. I always call
Will
him Bob.
Joel.
Will Joel.
Will Joel. Why? He probably wouldn't have been as big of a star if he was Will Joel.
Stib
there's
says
no
Billy
question he
Joel
wouldn't be.
sucks.
What?
Stib says he sucks.
He
Wow.
does not, Stibbs. That is an awful take.
Wow. Hates Billy Joel. I don't know many people that
Yeah.
dislike Billy
That's
Joel.
odd.
Except
I think
maybe
he's
Christy
fine.
Brinkley.
I think he's fine. What happened there?
Well, he got divorced.
Yeah.
Oh, bummer.
And then his first wife,
Hmm.
also divorced.
Oh wow, how many wives?
I think he's
Good
he's
question.
had two and maybe has a partner now
Shout out.
or something like that.
That's how you don't get divorced.
Maybe he has no, but he might be on his third
That's
wife.
a life hack. You don't want to get divorced?
Don't get married.
Yeah, I stumbled upon Oprah's Wikipedia page recently.
Why?
And,
Nice.
How do you stumble upon Oprah's
Oh, you mean
Wikipedia
Ope?
page?
I was
Ope.
I was reading a book
Apostrophe.
and it mentioned Oprah, and I was like, "What's up with her Wikipedia
What's
page?"
up with Oprah?
So I decided to go on there. She's because I was like, I wonder how long she's been with that guy. It's been since like the 80s.
What guy?
She's been with some guy, but they're just partners.
Oh, was it Stimson, Stetson? He's got kind of a
I love
pretentious
Stimson
first name.
Stetson.
By the way, Billy Joel, 1, 2, 3 wives,
Wow, John
4
almost nailed it.
wives.
4 wives.
4 wives.
And now a partner?
No, he's still
This
with
is on the
he's-
4th wife.
He's still with
Awesome.
Alexis.
John was close.
It's not Stimson.
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 Close. Stedman.
Stedman.
Chet
That's it. I
Stedman.
knew it
They've been
started with an
together
S.
since 86.
Whoa.
Wow.
Yeah.
Through
Shout
their
out,
eyes.
shout out to Stedman and Oprah.
I wonder
Life
if-
goals, am
I
I
wonder
right,
if he's still
folks?
waiting for some.
You
Whoa.
are cordially invited to the wedding of Stedman and Oprah.
Stedman has been married before. He got divorced from Glenda.
What is
In
Stedman's
1980.
last name?
Graham. Moonlight Graham.
Moonlight Graham.
Stedman Graham.
So what? Do you
So-
think he's mad at Oprah for not taking
No, because like
his
if you're
name?
if you're Oprah, like because
Oprah Graham.
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 is Oprah Oprah's last name or Oprah's first
No,
name?
Winfrey.
That's right.
Wow.
My bad.
Wow. Wow.
I forgot, actually.
That is amazing.
My mom used to watch that show all the time. I'd come home from school. I'd want to watch SpongeBob, but I couldn't because Oprah was on.
Yeah, and her last name has always been Winfrey.
I forgot that Oprah's last name. I thought it was a Prince situation for a minute, honestly.
That
Oprah.
is amazing. I have never heard anyone not know what Oprah's last name was. It'd be like, Michael, what's his last name? Oh, Jackson.
Yeah.
I didn't know which one you're talking about.
I
I
don't-
was going to say Severe or Jordan.
Well, it could be Jordan, too.
I don't think Oprah really needs her last name, though, at this point.
Well,
like, everyone knows
she
who
doesn't.
Oprah is. We call her
Right.
Oprah.
So why not
Sure.
take Graham?
Oprah Graham.
Graham.
Do you, Oprah Winfrey, take Stedman Moonlight
Stetson.
Graham?
And then I now pronounce you Mr. and Mrs. Graham.
Oh, man. That's
And it's
awesome.
Oprah.
That would be
Oprah
awesome.
Graham.
Incredible.
This is so wrong.
It just sounds weird.
Because
It
there's
does.
literally nobody else named Oprah. I mean,
That is true. Where does it have, while you were scanning her wiki,
Yeah.
did it explain where the name comes from?
Where Oprah,
comes from?
That is her name.
That's what I mean. But,
But why?
But
Oh.
like, does it say like
Oh, why?
mom
Her
and
parents.
dad?
Her first name was spelled Oprah after the biblical figure in the book of Ruth. Wow.
whoa.
I don't remember
Yeah,
that.
Bible boy.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah, Bible boy.
Next
How
time I
can
see
you
my
miss it?
dad, I'll. Oh wow, her first name was spelled Orpah, but
Orpah?
people mispronounced
Orpah?
it, and Oprah stuck. So is it Orpha?
Or
Whoa.
well, it does kind
What's
of
her
sound
career
Orca.
like if she was Orpha?
It wouldn't be.
Wouldn't probably not as famous.
It wouldn't be.
Definitely not famous.
It wouldn't be Orpah.
Or it'd be Orpah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Orpah?
not Orpha. Orpah.
Orpha. That'd be
Yeah. I messed up on the
hey,
H.
Orpha.
Wow, that is wild.
That's crazy.
I had no idea.
If she
I
was just
on her Wikipedia.
But if she was just Orpah the whole time,
Orpah.
nobody would
Orpah.
notice the difference, right?
That's true, but I don't know. It just doesn't roll off the tongue as well.
well, because we've known Oprah since the 80s.
Right.
That's true.
Orpah was from Moab and the daughter-in-law of Naomi and wife of Chilion.
Chilean.
Chilean.
Hey, Chilean.
It's the Hebrew Bible, by the way.
Here's Sub-Zero. Now. Plain Zero. Orpha sounds like
Orpah.
one of the chasers in The Running Man.
Steve says Orpah's next guest is Will Joel.
Just think.
Will
Wow.
Joel.
Could be a lot of different
Uh-huh.
people that we would know.
Incredible. Incredible.
Who are some other famous people who go by nicknames?
Jack Mitchell.
I mean, Nicolas Cage.
What's his name?
Yeah, but some people call him Nick Cage.
Well, that's
What's
not
his
his
name?
actual name, though, because doesn't he have a different...
Well, he's actually a Coppola.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is
What's
he
his-
related to the Coppola?
I believe so.
I think so. I think he specifically changed his name.
Nicholas Kim Coppola.
So, yeah.
What?
Yeah. You didn't know that?
I think he changed,
Francis?
he
So
changed
his-
his name so he wasn't
His
associated.
father is August.
Or
how's,
Ford.
How's August related to Francis Ford? Are they brothers?
Well,
Or is this the Francis Ford Coppolas? Is this the same family?
Are you talking about
I
the
thought- I
wine
thought he-
Coppolas
I
or the
thought-
movie Coppolas?
I thought
well,
it
no,
was
the wine Coppolas. That's
oh, same guy?
the same guy. It's
Okay,
Francis Ford Coppola.
Okay.
That's his vineyard.
All right. How is Nick Cage related? There we go.
I thought they were related.
He is the nephew
Nephew.
of Francis Ford Coppola and Talia Shire. I didn't realize she was part of
Talia
that-
Shire?
Talia Shire
From
is-
Rocky?
Yes, Talia Shire is Francis Ford Coppola's sister.
Whoa.
That's how she got the part as
That makes sense because
The
she
daughter.
was horrible.
wow.
Wait, that's
she
his-
was awful.
I thought it was a different
Adrian.
daughter.
No,
No.
Okay,
Okay, my bad. I'm
You're
thinking of
three.
Godfather 3.
Do
My
you
bad.
guys believe there's so much nepotism in Hollywood?
It's a lot of
I'm very
nepotism.
So
Wait,
yeah,
that's-
who's
that-
who I was thinking of.
That's
Yes.
Adrian, right?
Yes.
From Rocky.
Yes.
I didn't realize
Okay.
she was a part of the family too.
Yes.
Holy
The
crap.
Coppola's run. Is Oprah a Coppola?
I'm going to keep scrolling.
Oprah Coppola.
Oprah.
Orpah.
Oprah Coppola.
Orpah. Wow.
Oprah Coppola.
Orpah.
Orpah Coppola.
I had no idea.
I think we should bring Orpah back as a name.
I think we should too.
Nick Cage is
That's gonna
Italian.
be-
I had no idea.
Some people, after one famous person is named, like I bet there was a bunch of people born after LeBron named LeBron.
Oh, yeah.
But did anybody name their kid Oprah?
Has to have been, right?
Oh yeah, she had so many crazy fans.
By the way, I just remembered another family, but the Sheens, they are the Estevez.
Estevez.
Yeah, because there's still
Emilio
Emilio.
Yeah, because Emilio
Emilio still has
Mighty
his name.
Duckman.
But Martin and Charlie, and are there more Sheens? There's got to be more.
I don't know.
Those
I don't know
are the
how
most
big the
famous
Sheen
two.
clan is.
Mm.
More Sheens.
Stib says Orpa Coppola better be the title of this podcast segment.
It will be
Yes,
now.
it will.
Orpa Coppola.
Orpa.
The title was Agency, but now it's going to be Orpa Coppola.
Nice.
There's
Yeah, that's a
a
lot better.
Agency. That was the same show.
there's a Ramon Estevez.
Who's Ramon?
He's another brother.
Hmm.
Sometimes billed as Ramon Sheen.
Whoa.
He was
Sounds
in
fake.
That was then. This is now.
Sounds like Charlie's,
Charlie.
you know, his, I put all my debts toward Ramon.
Mm.
He was in one episode of The West Wing.
There you go. He was an actor.
He was an actor.
The actor?
Hell yeah.
Poor Ramon.
Yeah, no one talks about him.
No one talks about him.
Nope, they don't.
Martin Sheen plays the bad guy in one of my favorite video games ever. Like, he
Yeah.
voices the bad guy.
Yeah.
Incredible performance. You really hate that guy, but great acting.
That's cool.
Turns out an actor is a good actor.
Yeah.
What do you know Martin Sheen from the most? In
Literally
Nick's case,
Mass-
that video
Mass
game.
Effect 2.
Mass Effect 2.
I mean, when I think of him first, I think of the West Wing.
I do too, even though I never watched the show.
I watched season 1, but my favorite role of his is in The Departed.
That's what I think of.
You see The Departed, John?
No.
Whoa.
I've also never seen it.
Whoa.
Why? How come?
I
just
don't
You
know.
love mob stuff. You know, it's a mob movie.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I'm recognize the name, but I'm not familiar
John,
with the movie.
this is okay.
Yeah, it's got to be a movie club.
Audible.
Yeah.
Somebody said about
And it's on. It's always on.
It's
I
on
think it's on
Hulu.
HBO. Oh, it's on Hulu?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. The Departed rocks.
That's all time. Like,
John, you will love
Yeah.
The Departed. There's so much murder in that movie.
yeah,
It
people
is
are
great.
dying all over the place.
Also, some of the colorful
The-
language they use is so funny.
cranberry juice.
Yeah. What is it?
What do you
Oh,
got?
Yeah. Oh,
Yep.
okay. Well, somebody had a take because I was getting nervous about my pick on Friday because I feel like we should do
You felt
Happy
like-
Gilmore 2,
Yeah.
but I don't want to pick Happy Gilmore
Then
2.
don't.
But
It's fine.
a listener said, why don't you just collectively pick Happy Gilmore 2 and then I can pick the next week?
Hmm.
And I thought that's a good idea.
That's fine. I'll
That's
go
fine.
with that.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
You guys should definitely watch The Departed either way. In
I think
fact,
I will pick The
would like to
Departed.
watch The Departed again
All right, I
right
think I'll,
now.
well, John and I are about to take some Fridays off in a row, so we'll figure it out for August.
We'll figure it out.
We'll do that before football season. That blows my mind. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
John. It's awesome.
I'm familiar with the name, but I had no idea about that movie.
Yeah, I've heard of it. I've just
Great mob
yeah.
movie. It's based on
all's
true
in it?
story.
That might
Jack,
be.
Jack's in it. Sheen's in it.
So
Matt
no,
Damon's in it.
so no Italians.
Alec Baldwin's in it.
No Italians.
Jack
Leonardo-
is kind of the Italian.
Yeah,
Okay.
Jack-
Leonardo
Leonardo
DiCaprio.
DiCaprio is
DiCaprio's
in
a
it.
pretty
And
Italian
then a
name.
ton of that guys that you'll be like the main bad guy in Shawshank, the main sister. He's in it.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people that will show up and you'll be like, oh,
That guy is the bad guy. He's the muscle in every.
Yeah.
The muscle.
Yeah.
I can't remember the main actress, what her name is.
Yeah. What is her name? Always forget it because she doesn't really show up in anything
Vera
else. Vera
Farm-
Farmiga.
Farmiga.
She's in it.
Yep.
Yeah. All right, sweet. Well, that'll be fun. I love watching that movie.
That might be like top 5 all time for me.
I'm Mark Wahlberg.
Wow.
I do really enjoy it. I really enjoy that movie.
I haven't really thought about it, but I'm ready to say it. I think.
This
Matt-
seems to be a pretentious question because people ask, why is the movie Departed so good?
Is
a
this
very
movie the
pretentious
reason people
question.
confuse Matt Damon and Matt Wahlberg sometimes?
Mark Wahlberg?
Yeah.
No.
He is also in that movie.
Yeah, did I mention Mark
That's what I'm
Wahlberg?
saying.
Yeah.
Donnie is also in that movie. Donnie Wahlberg's in that movie.
Wow.
Dude, it is loaded. The cast is
I bet there's a
incredible.
lot of racism.
I'm so happy.
Yeah, there's a lot of races.
I almost
Yeah.
spoiled something. One of my favorite things. And I'm happy I didn't say anything now because that would have been a bummer.
Mhm.
Though it was in a lot of the trailers back in the day. James Badge Dale is in it, according to Lucas. He is. Anthony Anderson. Seriously, this movie.
I like
has-
Anthony Anderson a lot.
And it's,
He's not in it very much.
yeah.
A little bit.
Mm-hmm. And it's
All right.
directed by, why can't I think of his name right now?
Francis Ford Coppola?
No. The guy who did Goodfellas. Why can't I think of
Oprah
his name?
Coppola?
No, not Oprah
Oprah.
Coppola. Somebody. Scorsese. Thank you, Tony. Yeah, Marty. Marty Scorsese.
I don't care
Coppola.
about directors.
Marty Score.
I just realized something. We really could have had fun with Nick when he didn't realize what Oprah's last name was if we would have sold him
Made
on the
him
idea
guess.
that her name is Oprah Coppola.
Coppola. Oh, that's
Incredible.
right. I knew that.
Would you have believed this if we said, no, that's her last
Probably
name?
not
Oprah
given the
Coppola.
context of the conversation before all of it.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess we did get into the Coppola situation after the Oprah
Would have been fun to make a
situation.
guess, though.
Yeah,
And then you would have said a bunch of stuff.
I would have. And then I would have been like, damn it is Winfrey, obviously.
Winfrey.
Yeah. Haven't you seen you like Ricky Bobby?
Yeah, no, I know.
Because in the thing when he's running around like
Yeah,
he's
no, I know. He
"Help
says,
me,
"Help me, Oprah
Oprah Winfrey."
Again, I forgot momentarily what her
Okay,
last name was. I
okay.
knew
Well,
I
it's
knew
because-
Winfrey was her last name. I just couldn't think.
That's because he says it, Oprah Winfrey. Help me, Oprah Winfrey.
Yeah, I haven't seen that movie in a long time either.
That one for me, yeah, it's been a while.
Talladega Nights.
Though I did enjoy my Anchorman rewatch because I've been quoting it for weeks now.
Oh, is that where you got agency?
It might have been. I mean, that's kind of along the lines of some of their conversations in there. What a movie.
You got to stop with that agency thing, Josh.
I'm done. I'm done with it. No more backseat producing. No more agency.
Totally believe you on the
I have-
backseat producing part.
I haven't said a word the last few days.
I mean, backseat producing could also be like when you do the thing where you gesture at the camera, and when to turn on the camera.
I don't do that anymore either.
He hasn't been doing that.
Nope.
Wow. Are you happy, Nick, that I've shamed him into stopping looking over your shoulder?
Well, the backseat producing, that was fine that he stopped, but now he stopped everything, including helping and like reminding. So now it's kind of a detriment to me.
That's backseat producing.
Where's the line?
That's backseat producing.
Yeah, it's very blurred.
Well, backseat producing would be like, hey, Nick, fade the music down, or hey, Nick, do this, instead of, hey, don't forget to do this. Like, oh, thanks. I'm doing
so
a
it's
lot
just
of
a
things.
Phrasing.
I'm doing a lot of things. Thank you for
For
reminding
the
me
record,
that I
don't
need
think
to
I
turn on
ever
this
told
camera.
Nick to fade the music down. So I've done that to fill-ins occasionally because it's really loud. But yeah, I don't remind
I don't
him
see a
about
problem
that.
with that. That's
I
not backseat producing. Hey, I want that to come down a little bit faster when we get back in the break.
Yeah, I don't.
But is that backseat producing or
It's a
is
little
that
backseat producing.
So
I
now
would-
there's
I
a
would-
blanket over everything. I'm not helping.
I
Yeah.
backseat produce Josh all the
So
time.
Josh is being an 8-year-old about it is what's happening.
You didn't like it. You want, what is the phrasing? If you can't handle me at my worst, you don't deserve me at my best. If you can't handle me in my back seat, you don't deserve me at my reminder.
But isn't that the
This
whole
is-
thing? You're like,
This is just another pelt on the wall
aren't
for you.
you always supposed to say, tell the producer what to do in a nice way?
Yeah, I feel like I'm mostly nice.
Yeah. Just as long as it's
Now,
nice.
the only time I point at the camera is because like like the bump is playing. We have headphones on. That's always just the quick instead of like, hey.
No, but sometimes it's to remind Nick to turn the studio cam on when our cameras are off.
Yeah, but I just do it because my headphones are on.
Yeah.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Like during
Yeah.
a break when I just say studio cam.
Yeah, you
Not
go
anymore.
studio.
audio.
See,
Trying to help.
I like when he's like studio cam. That's nice. Because
I
that's
never
toward the end
said
of the
what
show.
you were
That's
doing
what
was
makes me
wrong.
fun.
I just like pointing it out.
Well, I don't like doing it anymore.
I think you should keep doing it. I love that.
What?
I mean,
Backseat
how
producing.
else are you going to get your point across?
Yeah.
So wait, keep doing what I'm doing or go back to helping? You want me to? I want.
Keep backseat producing.
Interesting.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you got to keep your skills sharp.
Interesting.
Even if it triggers young Nick.
Hmm.
Nick's just going to have to deal with it.
Mm.
Deal with it.
Hmm.
Nick, send us to break.
But first, we'll tell you that the crossover is powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. Keep in mind, Nick also backseat hosts when he reminds us to read things.
That is true.
Or is he just asking nicely or helping?
I'd describe it as backseat.
Is that backseat hosting? Because I thought that also was part of producing, was making sure you
Well,
read the
that
things
is a
that you
good
need to
point.
read.
That is a good point, Nick.
I think that's just my job.
Yeah, that is a good point.
By the way, multiple people have said it. Happy New Year.
Sure.
Happy New Year for
As
Oprah.
long as Nick just sends us to break.
For Orpa. This deserves it for Orpa alone. Orpa
Thank you,
Coppola
Or
And-
Oprah Coppola.
and Will Joel.
And Will Joel.
Thank
That's
you,
where this
Orba.
all started, with Will Joel.
Will Joel.
Wow, what a crossover!
We covered a lot of ground.
Had a great
And
time.
we came back full circle by going back to the backseat producing.
Agency.
An agency.
Agency. I have agency to not help.
Ooh. Nick, this needs to be tomorrow's game to give away the ghost tickets.
What's that?
Anytime Josh says agency, be caller 7.
Ooh, well, there ain't gonna be any callers then because that word is gone.
Oh, so you're trying to hoard all the ghost tickets for yourself.
The
Yeah,
Ghost
we're
VHS copies.
Oh, that's right. It's the movie.
We're trying to give these away to our listeners. You can't be a jerk.
Interesting.
All right. Well, we'll try better next time, but Happy New Year,
Happy New
everyone.
Year.
Orpa.
Just remember this when today's dew point is at 80 degrees when you're listening to this in the middle of December.
Oh, it's going to be so cold when people hear this again.
Brought to you by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha, everlevelconcrete.com, 1620 The Zone.
Your Omaha area forecast presented by Funplex Water Park and Rides.
K-O-Z-N. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Welcome to the swamp.
Swamp.
It's
The only thing we're missing are alligators
It's gross out
and
there.
a lot of foliage.
No, I'm glad I get here as early as I do because it wasn't that bad this morning when I left.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well,
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
I feel like we all need to break cuddle just like the Flint, Michigan tropics. Let's get tropical.
Yeah, it was nasty when I took Banks for a walk this morning at like 6:30.
The dew point was 80 degrees.
And for those in our audience who don't know what dew point means, because Nick and I definitely do, John, what is dew point
Yeah.
for those in the audience?
Yeah, we're educational.
Dew point is the temperature at which dew begins to form.
And so what does that mean? Again, for the
And
audience.
in other words, the higher the dew point, the more humid it is. Usually a dew point in the 70s is very humid. So when you get into the 80s,
it's even worse.
It's really
which
bad.
we knew.
I think my least favorite part about living in the Midwest is it's either super windy or super humid, and we rarely have days where it's not either.
Yeah.
So and then wet bulb, is that the same thing?
No,
wet bulb
is something different, and I'm not 100% sure.
I think
what it
that's the
is.
temperature at which sweat evaporates or something like that. Something to do with sweat, and it's dangerous because then you're not sweating when you should be or something.
Interesting.
That I'm not familiar with, but basically, if the dew point's less than 60, it's not humid.
Okay.
Once you get into the 60s, it's starting to get 70s is usually pretty dang moist, but 80, very moist.
Very moist.
Yeah.
You don't like it when it's very moist.
There you
Unless
go.
it's cake.
And there's your weather topic of the day.
Weather with the
or
Grum.
Weather answer of the day.
Oh, the weather
courtesy
book.
of the
Should we
Grum.
bring back the weather book?
The weather book.
Yeah, when we take overs and unders on what the weather's going to
Oh, that was good times.
Well, if you had the over at 79.5 dew point, congratulations, you're a winner.
The over hits.
The over hits.
Does the Grum down hit too, John?
It might. Brought to you by the referees at John Higgins Weather Guard. Big Ten Media Days. Talking to Dylan. Well,
We are. Nice get Nick.
Yes.
Thanks.
Nice get Nick. Very nice.
And his shoes.
Mike Schaefer will join us here in a little while with Husker 24/7. Get his thoughts on what he heard yesterday.
Awesome.
What are we to think about the 25 black shirts? No, they're not handing out 25 black shirts. Don't get all
Oh, God. That's
Worked
the
up.
Craig Bull era black shirt tradition.
Don't get all worked up. We're talking again, apostrophe 25. That's an abbreviation. As in 2025 black shirts. 25 teams today is Akron.
Ooh. Who do we have on today, Nick, to talk about Akron?
We have
Is it the voice of the Zips?
the voice of the Zips.
And he's joining us in the stream.
He is on the video.
Wow, he has to do the
Dave Scozen.
Yeah,
Yes.
what do you call it? The rapid fire? Rapid fire.
Rapid fire.
Rapid
He has to
fire.
do that while looking at our faces.
While looking at our faces. No pressure.
Hi, Dave.
We didn't get to all of Tone's comments yesterday, but I'm glad because that
With an
gives me a
apostrophe.
second day to
Oh yeah.
rant against Tone.
Oh yeah.
We got 9 days to the trade deadline, but no deals yet.
No deals.
We haven't had any big deals yet.
No deals. 9 days. So it's what day is that next week?
31st.
Wow. So 8 days
Well, it's 9.
if you count today.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, isn't it the same day
Good
as?
Lord. Why didn't you just throw the ball at his head?
Isn't
God, I hate that guy.
you hate everybody?
If they're a Royal,
I hate
them.
everybody.
Would it make you less mad to watch the Rockies game, John?
Go ahead.
What? We're
Wow.
getting rid of the Cubs Royals game? Sad.
Well,
John.
they suck.
By the way,
And now I don't have to listen to their bad broadcast, even though it's muted.
the day of the this is the
Yeah.
the day of the trade deadline is also the Hall of Fame game. Oh, what a great day that
Well,
will be
cares?
for America.
Well, who cares?
I
about
can't
that?
wait to hear your breakdown of quarter by quarter breakdown of the Hall of Fame.
You
game.
want me to give it to you on Friday the 1st?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Awesome. Challenge accepted. Thank you, Nick.
That'll give me a chance to go get a soda or something.
No, you can do that during commercial.
What can a lot of brown do for Cleveland?
Ugh.
Yeah, are we talking about the alts?
Ugh.
Oh boy.
NIL today. Now it's all legal.
I mean, it always has been.
well, now it's really all legal.
astronaut gun meme. It always has been.
Always has been.
Dumb Debates Day.
Awesome.
And originally there was danger with afternoon Cubs baseball on, but now that they have decided to tank against the lowly, craptastic Kansas City Royals, we're now watching the Rockies and the Cardinals.
That's a single. Wait, is he gonna?
No, that's a single.
Nothing disgusts me more
Then what?
than losing to bad baseball teams.
Well, the good thing the Royals are good then.
Well, they're not.
They're not bad. They're average.
not good.
But they're not bad. They're average.
No, they're bad.
They're 500 almost.
They're bad.
They're almost 500.
No, that's bad.
Well, they've beaten the
I mean,
Cubs
being
2 out of
below-
3 times.
Again, because we play bad. We lost to the damn Twins.
Play down to competition.
We do. We play down to the competition. And guess who's coming up this weekend? The White Sox.
That's
Great.
too bad. Hey, pretend that the Twins were the Twins in like 1991. Then that was impressive that they beat you. They won the World Series.
Well, no, because
Didn't
Kirby
they?
Puckett's
Did they win
no
it?
longer with us.
R.I.P. They won in 91, didn't they?
Yes, they did.
87 and
Oh.
91?
87 and 91.
Man, I was reading an article about Jack Morris, right? Was that the
Jack
guy?
Morris was the starting pitcher
And-
in 91.
You know, I've talked recently. Was I born too late? And you know, even though I don't love baseball like you do, baseball being more important would have been pretty cool. You know, I never grew up in the era of baseball being more important.
I feel like that about like racing.
Yeah.
Because like in the late 60s, early 70s, or late 50s, whatever, that whole period, people like they tune into the radio to hear the 24-hour of Le Mans.
But they didn't have the cool camera angles in the movie back then.
That's fair. They are really, John. They're really cool camera
Really
angles.
sure
cool
they're
camera
great.
angles.
I'm sure they're great.
Many are saying.
402-951-1620 if you want to join us in the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Oh, by the way,
My team scored a run.
the $100 gift certificate to Prairie Flower Casino is a weekly prize. Some say we've given away 2 in a week.
That is
I
awesome.
can only promise 1, but
Yeah, that's what the copy says.
the copy says 1, but I wouldn't be surprised if we were giving away multiples. And you can also use that number, 402-951-1620 as a text line. The Equitable Bank inbox is John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com, Nick at 1620thezone.com, Tone at 1620thezone.com, and Orpa at 1620thezone.com.
Orpa. That's what I'm saying when I'm excited about the Rockies.
I got an email. I got an email for Dumb Debates today that was a really, really good one.
Good.
That we will, and I got that in the Equitable Bank inbox. But people can always tweet them also on the JTech Instructions on Twitter feed. And if you do so, John, what do they need to do?
Use the hashtag and use English.
Dumb Debates. Yeah. Well, I mean, there is the translator, but yeah.
Yeah,
also
but sometimes things get lost in translation.
There's a movie
True.
by that name.
Don't
I've
forget
heard of
about
it.
the Blue Sky, Josh.
Oh, thank you, Nick, for reminding me to open Blue Sky.
Yes, please. Please open it. They might go out of business if you don't use it.
There we go. I got it open. It's spinning. It will get there eventually.
It'll get there at some point.
There is.
While it's spinning, I'll remind you that the AVCA First Serve Weekend is coming up. It is now officially less than a month away because it starts August 22nd. Today is July 23rd. It's down in Lincoln, and you got a chance to win 2 tickets to this premier early season college volleyball event, which will feature both Nebraska and Creighton.
It's a month from now.
Yeah.
It's less than a month from now.
Because it starts the 22nd.
But we've got 2 tickets and a 2-night stay downtown Lincoln and $150 in spending cash. If you would like to register to win, go to 1620thezone.com. Get signed up today. Time is running out.
You know what else is a month from now?
My Chemical Romance at Soldier Field.
No, that's more than a month
That's
from now,
true.
Nick.
Good point.
Week 0. Farmageddon.
Again.
Excited for Farmageddon.
Hawaii football.
Again.
Also. Again, what?
It's week 1.
It's week 0.
No, it's not. It's a week of college football. It is the first week of college football. We always start counting with the number 1.
Fresno State, Kansas. Stanford, Hawaii. NC Central, Southern. And other games.
Ah!
Well, at least Nick's happy.
This is great. You should be happy too, John. It's against the Cardinals.
I'm not mad.
You hate
He's
the Cardinals.
just disappointed.
I'm just disappointed in my own team for losing to some scrub unit from Kansas City.
You've said that every Cardinals fan is a horrible, filthy racist.
I didn't say that.
I mean,
I know some good Cardinal fans.
So you're saying you know one of the good ones?
I know some good Cardinal fans.
A lot of bad apples, though, John. And
Yeah,
one
I know
bad
some
apple
good ones.
spoils everything.
All right. Mike Schaefer's going to be coming up. We'll get his thoughts on what he heard yesterday at Big Ten Media Days. We'll also have some audio from Dylan. Speaking of Dylan, Josh put up a poll question today on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page.
Yes, because I said yesterday that I think he will either be pretty much the exact same quarterback as he was last year, or he will take a huge jump. No in between.
Yes, Extremis Peterson.
But I offered 4 options.
That was very nice of you.
And what sucks is there can only be 25 characters in each option. So I had to figure out how to type these. So I wrote, big step forward coming, improvement, semicolon, no big jump.
Nice.
Pretty much the same QB, or he'll regress. Nothing in here, sadly, about agency. Nothing about his agency. But I have those 4 options. I will retweet it again right now so you can go check it out. Go vote so we can talk about this. Mainly because I wanted to figure out this morning, what are the actual expectations for Dylan Raiola in year 2?
Well, we may also examine a little bit of that with our next guest, Mr. Schaefer, who will join us coming up. My God. Well, the Rockies good. 402-951-1620. They're already up 4-0.
People are saying.
Now, it's only the second inning. As Mike Farron would say, it's too soon to tell.
Too early to tell.
Putting up 4 runs in the bottom of the second is pretty decent, I'd say.
Yeah, it'll make the blowing of this game all the more sad.
Hey, only I'm allowed to talk about the Rockies blowing.
All the more sad.
We will return and bring on Mr. Schaefer of Husker 24/7 coming up next on 1620 The Zone.
Oh, by the way, Ivan's no longer on the project. His wife got a new job, so they're moving across the country.
Robin's top researcher is deviating to a new market. This isn't standard.
And now we're short-staffed. Who's going to finish all these projects?
She needs a cluster of new data analysts, and there's no margin for error.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
The first day of school will be here before you know it, so let's make sure every student in the metro area is ready to go. Join us for the Salvation Army 7 Can Help Kids Back to School Backpack Program, sponsored by Methodist Health System and supported by Firefighters on the Move. Drop off new backpacks and school supplies now through August 3rd at select Metro Credit Union, Cubby's Convenience Stores, and Methodist Urgent Care locations. For a full list of drop-off sites or to donate to the program online, go to salarmyomaha.org. That's salarmyomaha.org.
Mike Schaefer.
There's a part of me that really thinks that there's a Sasquatch.
Mike Schaefer.
I think the issues here are largely football related.
Mike Schaefer.
People are like, oh, the Vikings are terrible. And it's like, yeah, terrible teams always go 13-4.
Mike Schaefer.
I don't feel good for anybody. All my entire life is rooting for sports teams that get as tantalizingly close as possible and then don't win.
Mike Schaefer.
I have no joy in my heart for you or you or you.
Mike Schaefer.
Let's welcome in our good friend Mike Schaefer of Husker 24/7, who, just like Michael Bruntz didn't draw the short straw, didn't have to go to Las Vegas, but either way, we've all been enjoying all the Big Ten Media Days stuff that's come back. Of course, BC's done a great job of covering it for 24/7. Shafe, are you jealous, or would you have liked to have gone?
In a perfect world, I would have liked to have gone. I would have only wanted to go if all three of us were going to be there. And if I could have gotten Bruntz or BC to get on a heater at the craps table or something of that nature so I could lock in and finally learn the game that I have avoided for so long. But I'm going to go to Vegas later this year, so I'll get a little Vegas experience in for me. And I naturally, just like the spring game and other things that people just build up that have absolutely no substance behind it, I hate media days. So I don't mind that I am not there as well. Though it was, as much as I just find the entire event unnecessary and wasteless spending for media companies that probably don't need to be spending money to send people to an expensive city to cover a team that they're just going to ask questions of their own coach anyways. It's always good just to get the conversation back to football. Like, I know there was a lot of NIL in there, but it was also fun, even just like the stupid little video of Matt Rule and Dylan Raiola disagreeing on what to do down by 15, whether you go for 2, whether you kick the extra point, just stuff like that. Like, it's nice to be back inching towards that world where those conversations are happening rather than the one we spent most of the offseason.
So did we get any questions answered, Shay, from the actual football front for Nebraska yesterday?
Felt like a lot of platitudes. I don't know that, if you dive into some of the stuff, and I obviously not being there, I'm at the mercy of however BC covered it and what I read from him. But there's stuff in there. We got the Isaiah Mosey question answered that's sort of been out there for the last week or so that he's now at running back. You got a little bit more information about how he feels about John Butler. I thought it was pretty telling that up at the podium when asked to talk about John Butler, he couldn't help but bring up Phil Snow within like 3 seconds of saying John Butler's name, which is a different conversation for a different time. But I think it tells you just how much reverence he has for Phil Snow, and that Phil Snow is not just here hanging out and doing Matt Rule a favor. I think there's a lot that's happening there as well. So that there's little bits and pieces there, but a lot of, platitudes about having to go through stuff and go through pain and coming out on the other side of it. You have Dylan Raiola was just kind of a cliche machine at one point, dropping like 4 or 5 in a row. But that's not a bad thing. Like I felt like listening to, and I listened to a lot of Dylan Raiola audio because that was sort of my end of what I was doing. I feel like he seemed really comfortable Nebraska's quarterback, and I think that's a good thing. I think we've talked in the offseason about just what he went through last year, and nobody else in the country did that. He started 13 games as a true freshman, and 13 games in this era makes you almost a veteran of college football. And so I think there's a comfort level with Dylan, and I know that you put a poll out today about just what sort of jump we could see. I wouldn't dismiss the fact that he's coming across more comfortable and confident. That seems like that could really matter on the football field. Obviously, we have to see that all play out. But I think if you were just going off of vibes, feel pretty good for Nebraska football.
Well, you referenced the poll question, and that was something that branched off a conversation we had on the Grum yesterday. Do you think, as Josh does, that it could be that we need to see a major leap? Otherwise, maybe the progression won't be what we expect out of a 5-star. Can he make more incremental progress in year 2, especially given the change at offensive coordinator?
I think it's hard because everyone had sort of a different version of what it looks like. Like, what if he plays really well, but he's not outstanding, and yet he plays really well in an offensive system where playing really well means he's distributing the ball on time and he's getting it out to where it needs to be and not turnovers, and the offense is efficient, but he only ends up with I say only, this would be almost doubling the total, but he ends up with 23 touchdowns to 6 interceptions, 3,000 yards passing, modest numbers. But is that considered a major breakthrough, a big jump, a continuation on the progression path? Would you consider him to be managing games effectively? Or, so it's really hard when you just kind of pull the numbers without having the context of this is what he did when Nebraska was down 6 points with the ball with 4 minutes to go. Like, that is more of what I am interested in with Dylan Raiola than just a straight, whether we're going to consider the season a success or not based on what the back of the football card stats look like. It's the context of what do they do when the chips are down? Is he the sort of guy that raises the team up with his play? Can he make a critical throw on third down, put it between a couple defenders and hit Dane Key for a huge first down to keep a drive going? I mean, so there's a lots of different conversations to have in there. I am of the belief that he's going to make a pretty sizable jump. It may not feel like it statistically. It may not even feel like it if Nebraska doesn't win, 9 games or anything like that. But I just think we're going to walk out of the end of this year knowing that he's unquestionably a great quarterback, and Nebraska is better off for it. Like that's the cheapest, most political way I can answer a question without having to just pull numbers and try to explain. Well, if he throws for 35 touchdowns, but Nebraska goes 6-6, that kind of thing.
Well, you're right, Schaefer. I mean, it's kind of like the old adage that we used to have when we used to argue about Bo. Not all 9-win seasons are created equal. Not all 3,000-yard passing seasons are created equal. I think there's a lot of layers to it. And as Josh and I talked about yesterday, he could throw for 3,500 yards, but if Nebraska goes 6-6, it's not going to feel like it was a big jump because, I mean, for better or for worse, and I know we like to downplay pitching wins and quarterback wins, but wins are what matters most.
Yeah, no question about it. And he can't control what happens on special teams or on the defense, but he can control Nebraska's ability to put up points and put themselves in situations where they're not having to come from behind or all of these different things. And so if he takes care of what he can control and Nebraska's offense makes a jump as a whole, he's going to be a big part of it. He's going to be a driver of that jump.
Schaefer, obviously a lot of the big conversation to come out of yesterday was that, 4 to 5 minute answer that Matt Rule gave in one of the side sessions. Was the program as behind the times as he said they were when he inherited the Nebraska football program in November 22, do you think?
It's hard to say yes to that because they were in the midst of a massive renovation or practice complex, facility complex, I mean, whatever we want to call it. So no, because they were already itching towards being on the front side of that. And if you talk to people in the recruiting world, Nebraska is probably one of the last programs to really pull something like that off because all the other resources are now going to be tied up in NIL and everything else. So you could argue back against what Matt Rule said that effectively his arrival timed out at sort of the perfect time in that he didn't have to use a lot of capital or energy to try to do anything with the facilities. He was already being gifted the newest, best facilities in the country. Now, as it relates to the turf, as it relates to the grass, I mean, I can't speak to that. I don't know. He had very strong feelings on grass and on turf, and I'm sure it's backed by years of anecdotal research and actual research and whatever else. I have no idea whether the turf at Clemson for their practice facility is beyond reproach or, if they're playing on the same level of stuff as everybody else and they're just better at getting players and whatever else. So sometimes I think we make a little bit more of it. It's kind of almost goes back to what he said in a different answer up at the podium where he's talking about all the close losses. And he's like, we weren't good enough. Well, the facilities, maybe it's not them. Maybe it's just Nebraska wasn't good enough. And so it all kind of fits in there. But I thought the answer was sort of kind of fascinating because for him, he didn't have to go through a lot of that. He sort of landed in the right spot where you're there for the opening. And he still got to customize things as to how he wanted to with some of that building over there. So it was an interesting answer. I don't believe that Nebraska was super far behind. I think stadium-wise, I think Memorial Stadium is really far behind where it needs to be and what they want it to be. But as for the facilities and what they got to use and some of it's their own issue of having 155 guys on the roster. Oh, you have an auxiliary locker room because you can't get more than 125 people in your main locker room. It's kind of a you thing, isn't it? You don't have a big enough meeting room because you have 155 people in your football program. That's not a problem where other teams are winning a bunch of games and they only have 95. Let's centralize that issue, So I don't really believe the facilities were holding the team back. But I do think that he can spin this and use this as a jumping off point that, look, you invested in the program. It's better now. Like I think it's sort of laying the seeds for, hey, all of these people that pitched in and made this happen, look at where we are now. But they have to have the wins that follow that.
Mike Schaefer joining us from Husker 24/7. So what does Isaiah Mosey's move to running back tell you?
I think it's fascinating because it tells me a few things right off the face of it. One, they think there's enough need at running back behind Emmett Johnson that they want another option. Two, Isaiah Mosey was more likely to be a contributor at running back than he would be at wide receiver, which in theory should make me feel better about what Nebraska has at wide receiver, because Isaiah Mosey was your second highest commit at the position. And, we're going to have Jeremiah Jones there now. You're going to have Cortez Mills as freshman. And then we'll see what Demetrius Bell and Quinn Clark and Keelan Smith and all these other guys end up being as well, in addition to the transfers that you brought in and Ja'Cory Barney. So I think they had to have felt good about that room to be able to move him off that position. They had to feel a little bit worse at running back to make that move as well. And it just simply could be he might just be that good as a running back that you want to see what that looks like before maybe he moves back to wide receiver at some point in time. We saw with Joshua Fleeks that Matt Rule has moved guys around at times in their career to play different positions to suit the sort of need of the position room. I think the idea is Isaiah Mosey could be a much, much, much better version of Joshua Fleeks, but that's still trying to derive the most value you can out of your roster. I think it's smart roster resource management, to be honest. If you think you're good at wide receiver and you're worried at running back and you think Mosey can help you in year one and he doesn't want a redshirt and you don't want to redshirt him and you don't know what Quentin Ives is, having another bigger back there, I think is potentially a valuable thing. And it gives you insurance. I mean, Emmett Johnson is sort of unto himself in that running back room. You really need him to last all 12 regular season games. And so you've got to be able to give the ball to somebody else. And Quentin Ives' career of 6 carries for 7 yards. And, we don't know what Mekhi Nelson is. And you have 2 freshmen. So you add a third freshman and you see what it is. It's some more depth. It's why Shamar Brown was a talking point in April anyways. I think it makes sense. And I'm very curious to see how it goes.
Shape, I want to go back to something you said earlier, and that was when Rule mentioned Butler. Very quickly, he also mentioned Phil Snow. Like, does that tell you anything about the defensive side of the ball, and not who's in charge, but just maybe how the responsibilities are going to be kind of doled out over there?
I think it tells me that Phil Snow is going to be heavily involved in back-end stuff in terms of scouting future opponents and learning tendencies and trying to sort of instill whatever knowledge he can on John Butler. I have no doubt that John Butler is the one that's going to be making the play calls. But I think some of this was to give him an extra resource that he could lean on so he could really focus on certain things. So he could focus on the install, that he could focus on, what it is that they want to be doing week in and week out without having to worry about looking ahead, without having to, do some other stuff. I know Phil Snow is going to be really involved with teaching younger defensive backs so that as soon as they pass his kind of tests, he can pass them up to the main guys, because that's what they were doing this spring. They were breaking out a lot of the younger players, and they were just sort of relearning football at the lowest level and being taught it from Phil Snow. So they were doing things the right way so that when they get thrown in for the 2 deep, that they're able to run things as expected, and there's not a lot of need for questions or you have to stop and do some of that. So I think they're trying to take advantage of Phil Snow in a lot of different situations. I just think it's notable that Matt Rule trusts implicitly Phil Snow and wanted him to be a part of this whole thing with John Butler, who I think he believes in a lot, but it's also because I think he has the backing of knowing Phil Snow is there that he can feel better about it. And it frees Matt Rule up to continue to sort of handle other things. He doesn't have to think about the defense as much.
Defense wasn't talked about as much yesterday, just in the podium sessions that I saw, But I think one of the things that folks have been speculating about is whether or not, because there's been so many changes up on the defensive front, and it almost seems like they're built to rush the passer more, that they're going to be more aggressive in that area. Is that a sense that you get coming into the season?
From the sound of things, they're certainly going to be bringing more pressure from off the line of scrimmage, and so whether that's Vincent Shavers or Willis McGahee or Desan McCullough or whatever else that they have there on that second level, it does feel like there's going to be a lot more blitzing. It does feel like they want to feast or famine a little bit, defensively. Tony White's defense was special in that they could sort of try to play everybody straight up in a base package and just see if you would make the mistake yourself to get off the field. This, at least in its description, wants to use some of those tenets, but also when they have you dead to rights on second and long, they want you to get that ball out quick because they believe that they can get the tackle if you do get the ball out. And if you don't, they're going to make you pay for it with a sack. And in theory, it should lead to more turnovers, should lead to more, big plays on defense. Could also lead to a lot more yards allowed or, breakdowns or everything else. But it just feels like it is a high risk, high reward type system, more than kind of what they've been doing the last couple of years.
So, Shafe, if Mosey was one of the questions that we were needing to get answered, with camp starting, like what's next now as it actually begins next week? What are the things that you're going to be keeping your ear to the ground or maybe interested in learning about over, let's say, the first week of camp?
Yeah, I think both offensive line, defensive line, there's a lot of sort of general questions about who is going to be up front with the first unit, particularly at right tackle. What Nebraska chooses to do there. They have a lot of options. So we'll hopefully learn a little bit more as camp goes. I don't look for an answer to just be given day one. Oh, it's going to be player X or anything like that. But I think that's going to be a conversation throughout. And then the other one, I was a little surprised, like John said, so much of yesterday was spent on offense, which makes sense. Dana Holgerson's sort of the shiny new thing that nationally, I don't know how many people knew what happened last year or were aware of that, but his reputation and Dylan Raiola make it where the expectation is if Nebraska has a bunch of success, it's going to be a big jump offensively. Defensively, along that line, they have so few experienced players coming back. They have guys that have played. They have Keona Davis and Cam Lenhart and Riley Van Poppel and Elijah Judy and, different guys that have played up front, but they haven't played a lot of football. And even their additions from the transfer portal, Williams Winery redshirted at Missouri. Jalen George is coming from the FCS. Gabe Morris sat out a year. Like that, it's not like they went out and got, trying to think, Stephon Wynn or a Devin Drew, or they didn't go get like an experienced backup rotational piece. They went and got some younger guys. So it's that defensive line, there's a fair amount of question as to what the rotation is going to look like, what the production is going to look like. You knew when you had Ty Robinson and Nash Hutmaker and Jamari Butler that they could bring pressure themselves and that they could win up front and that they could do those sort of things. And then you also had MJ Sherman and James Williams and all these other pieces to kind of rotate in and out. It's a whole new world for that defensive line with a new defensive line coach. I think that's got to be a big part of the conversation over the next month.
Shave, it's not been a great year for Cleveland baseball, but this weekend, Hall of Fame weekend, CC Sabathia and your favorite announcer, Tom Hamilton, go into the Hall of Fame. So I hope you have at least one happy tear this weekend.
I am very, very happy for Tom Hamilton. Baseball on the radio is a joy, and Tom Hamilton is one of the best at doing it. And so I could not be more thrilled for him. And Cleveland has managed to get back to 500, where they can just live in this weird little, will they attempt to contend? Will they sell? Will they attempt to do nothing? Will they make me sad? The answers to all of those, we don't know, except the last one is obviously yes, they will make me sad. I'm enjoying the Jose Ramirez season, the 21 homers, 30 steals, hitting near 300. So I root for the Jose Ramirez's as much as I do the Cleveland Guardians at this point.
Mike Schaefer of Husker 24/7. Shafe, as always, we appreciate the chat, And camp will be started by the time we talk next week. So here we go.
Oh, boys, it is football. Football is back. It is with
Well,
us.
it's not back. We haven't played any games yet.
There's a
we still
Hall
have
of
a
Fame
month to
game
go.
coming up, John. I mean, I know you're all fired up for that.
Yes.
Don't encourage him. Don't
We could be
encourage
talking about
him.
over-unders and division winners and early MVP odds. That's what we could be doing here if we want to really get into some preseason football talk.
Oh.
Are you okay over there? Are you gonna?
I'm
Did
feeling-
you just mess
Josh
yourself?
made, I'm not.
I think
I'm
Josh
not
just
sure
messed himself.
I'm feeling pretty
Is that
good.
allowed
Jake.
on
I'm
radio?
Well, it is now. He just did it. Speaking of that, we'll be previewing the season. 25 teams will be coming up later on, and we'll be talking about Akron this week.
Let's go.
Oh, yeah. We're all excited about that. All right, Schaefer. We'll see you. Mike Schaefer of Husker 24/7. We'll be back on more of Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
Some questions coming in after our interview with Schaefer. Mike writes, did Josh have a gasm at the end of that very live segment?
He did.
I'm feeling good. Football talk. You see, isn't it nice to talk to Mike Schaefer because he likes football?
You know what else he likes a lot? In baseball.
Yeah,
you
but
could talk about that with him.
I would rather not, Nick.
Instead of just a little 2-minute blurb about how much he likes Jose Ramirez.
Yeah. Thanks for listening, though.
Of course.
Appreciate it.
You said there was other questions? I thought you said there was multiple questions.
Oh yeah. CJ says, I wonder if John will make it back to Omaha in time for the Akron interview. You're back.
And I'm here.
We are here. We are here. We are ready to go.
Ever since they added that mystery fourth lane to the interstate, it's just so much quicker.
We were talking, and I know you want to get to some Dylan stuff, but I did want to mention this real fast. We were talking about Isaiah Mosey because this has been something that has been anticipated for the last month or so, baby, that he was going to be moving position. Sounds like he had some agency in the matter, John, asking Matt Rule if he could move to the running back position. But I saw this from Sam McEwen in one of his many articles to come out of Vegas over the last 24 hours. He said, Emmett Johnson's still the dude who starts, but the number 2 spot is officially up for grabs between Quentin Ives, Mekhi Nelson, and Mosey, with Jamarian Parker, and Connor Booth potentially in line for redshirt years. And so I will ask you this question, because I've asked it maybe in a different way recently, in that, does it say more about the running back room or does it say more about the receiving room in terms of why he would move? Let me ask you this way, though. If he becomes number 2, if Sam is right on being that bullish, does that say more about him or does it say more about the room that he is now entering into? Is it more of a positive on the player himself? Is it more a glass half empty on the room that a guy who was slated to play receiver until however many weeks, months ago is now the number 2
I mean,
guy?
it can be multiple.
Column A, column B.
It could be both.
For sure.
That he is that good. Now, if you tend to go into this season thinking that the running back room is a little suspect, you're probably going to lean towards.
It says more about the room.
It says more about the room than it says about the man.
Yeah.
But I mean, when you think about it, true freshman coming in, playing a different position, moved to a different position after the spring. So it's not like he would have had an opportunity to practice there anyway. But yeah, I hate to fudge on this, but it's a little of both.
It definitely is. I think I lean, if it was the, what is it called?
The scales of justice.
Thank you very much. My scale would be a little heavier on the running back room side of like, oof.
Yeah.
It says more about the running back.
Scale would have more agency.
Yeah, it would definitely. I don't know if that fit there, Nick.
Well.
We can all work on it together.
We can work on it together.
And then one more, and then we can get to Dylan stuff. Headley says, during that break, Josh had to lay down and have a cigarette. That's basically my life now the next month. I just feel so good. I feel so happy. I'm in a great mood.
But yet there's
nothing that I get.
There's no football happening.
Nothing any of my coworkers can say to me is going to bring me down. I'm in a great mood. No football's happening, but we get to talk about it.
No, there's probably nothing that Nick or I could say that would bring you down, but all we need to do is call down there to Jera and he'll say something and that'll bring you down.
Damn it. You're not wrong.
Smiles and glory holes.
Shut up, Jerry. I hate you.
Well, here's someone that may not trigger you. It's Dylan Raiola.
Yeah, he doesn't trigger.
He is your starting quarterback for a second straight year.
Wow. No quarterback competition?
And when you know who won the pony,
Who?
he get a mention of year 3.
Let's go, Dylan.
We had to ride the highs, we had to ride the lows, and we came out on a high, and we had to use that high to propel ourselves into the soft season and get ready for what we set out to go get this year in year 2 and year 3 for Coach Rule and what he's known for.
They came up.
I can't remember something that has been mostly a media creation. Talking about year 3, that has been adopted or by the individual and now by the team. I can't think of another. It's almost like if someone gives you a nickname and you just like run with it.
Mm-hmm. Like when they called me Jay Pizzle in high school.
Sure, why not? But everyone has leaned into year 3. It's about year 3. It's about year 3.
Some people have written columns about it.
I will again.
You hate it.
No, I'm just tired of hearing about it. That's all.
Yeah.
I don't hate the concept. I do think though that, not all year 3s are created equal.
Sure.
But I have said, the bar is set. They have to get at least 9 wins.
Woo! To match?
At least 9 regular season wins for this to be considered, in my opinion, a year 3 bounce.
Funny, before you mentioned the year 3 thing, the part that stood out to me was you talked about coming off the high of last year, to which then I thought of a lot of the critiques and criticism that he received for his celebration at the Pinstripe Bowl, because that is the high that he is talking about. Remember when they beat Boston College? I don't believe it. And then he ran around the stadium celebrating with all the fans.
Man, for something that got as much run as it did, that was a big nothing burger to me.
Same. I couldn't believe that people were mad about it.
I mean,
people love being mad.
I mean, personally, I still think the choreographed, field storming after Wisconsin was more of a triggering point than what Dylan was doing, because at least he played in a damn game.
Yeah.
Here's a quote that got a lot of run, and it's Dylan just talking about getting Nebraska back to where it deserves to be.
Yeah, it's crazy to kind of see what's really a reality now for myself. But yeah, I mean it's cool. Nebraska deserves to be back on the map, and it's not because of me or something that I did, but it's just the type of program it is. It's a program ready to go win, and it's one of those top programs that's going to be put back on top.
Deserves to be back.
I mean, I think everybody who is a fan of a team, maybe not everybody, I think people always feel that way, right? Like, I deserve this. I'm a good person. My team, I put in all that time. But yeah, like nobody deserves anything, Yeah, you work hard. Just go execute.
No.
There's not the football gods don't exist.
Right. Deserves got nothing to do with it.
Correct.
But if I could spin it this way, no program has put as much into something as this one and has gotten less back. We talked about this yesterday. The return on investment has been horrible.
Yeah,
has been absolutely horrible. What is put into this program, how much is invested in this program to see it lose this consistently has been as big an underachievement as Nebraska historically, for the size of state it is, has overachieved. We talked about historically Nebraska as a program is one of the great historical overachievers of all time. When you consider how small the state is and how theoretically small the resources are, yet they won many national championships, many more conference championships, and were very good for a very long period of time. That said, there is a happy medium. It's like we're living in the world of extremes, and I realize, a 5-7 season isn't the absolute bottom, but when you consider what is put into the program,
it feels like
it has been, and it has been a recent gross underachievement, almost to the same level historically as this program is overachieved.
Yeah, for sure.
Here is Dylan on someone who he thinks has not gotten a lot of run this offseason.
I feel like Ja'Cory may be getting a little lost in the mix of receivers. Like Dane and Isaiah are explosive guys that can make a lot of plays, but I don't think we can diss the fact that Ja'Cory did what he did as a freshman, and he's only going to get better, just like everybody else. And I think he's going to have a big year.
I could not agree more. If you did a word bubble, not of words like agency, but of the names of the players that we have said, this year, this offseason, Dylan Raiola probably leads the way. But I would bet that Dane Key is higher than Ja'Cory Barney. Perhaps Isaiah Hunter is higher than Ja'Cory Barney. Maybe an Emmett Johnson is higher. And, I've tried to figure out why. Like, I go every now and then, I go look at his numbers, and maybe it's because, like, his yards per catch aren't, like, super, super explosive. But I think part of that was the design of the offense never really gave him the ball to maybe accentuate his strengths. Like, he also had some really good plays that were called back, on penalties, like the game against Colorado. I couldn't agree more with him. Like, this is a proven commodity that Nebraska is bringing back. This is not oh man, I hope he can be good. He was good last year.
Yeah.
So
maybe he's not as high on people's lists because the Nebraska fan base are more into Teletubbies than Barney.
Wow. Headley writes, Josh has said agency more than he has said Jacory this offseason. Is this true?
Well, we really haven't talked about him.
We need to talk about him more.
We really haven't talked
Kind
about
of a
him.
microcosm of the whole thing, huh?
Microcosm. Good
Yeah,
word.
thank you.
Store that away.
It's been a real frustrating, not frustrating, but it's been really interesting how much we have not talked about him.
For sure.
Because
he's good. Again, he was a proven guy. He proved himself
He was a
last
proven
year.
guy. He was the one bright spot in a very low spot in terms of receivers.
And again, going back to what I said a few minutes ago, he seems like a guy where if they are able to call plays and design plays better, he could have much better production. Because that's the thing with him. I think he averaged sub 9 yards a catch. For a guy who is as fast as Jacory Barney is, those numbers should be higher. Yeah, 8.1 yards per catch. Johnny had 55 receptions last year as a true freshman. We haven't really seen that around here in quite some time. And too often, though, you look at the games and he would have 4 or fewer catches. 1 catch for 10 yards against UTEP, 3 for 29 against UNI, 4 for 25 against Illinois. Like, up those numbers, get him the ball in space, and see what he can do. He had 3 total touchdowns, but they all came on the ground. Like, he's a guy that in an offense that is better designed and called, he could up those numbers to above 600 yards receiving, maybe 200 yards rushing, and maybe you get to 8, 9, 10 touchdowns total. I think that's very much on the table.
Meantime, Dylan was asked about Nebraska's defense, something that also didn't get a lot of reference yesterday. And this was an interesting quote talking about kind of his new rivalry he has with Nebraska's new defensive coordinator, John Butler.
Especially in spring ball, you got nothing else to look forward to but beating your own defense. So, I mean, you got to have a little fun talking trash to Coach Butler. I mean, he came from the league. He knows what it is. So, you know, it's cool to go against him, especially, you know, he's a defensive coach, but at the end of the day, you can learn something new from everybody. And that's a true statement. And, like, you learn what the weaknesses of a defense. Like, why not ask the defensive coordinator? He's trying to beat you, right? So you just kind of have to have that answer of what they're going to do and how to respond to that.
We can talk a little bit more about the defense here in a little while, but that to me is going to tell us an awful lot about how this season goes because of all the changes that have happened there. And in many ways, even though the 3-3-5 is still going to be the scheme of choice, this defense is going to feel a lot different, even though you got a lot of great secondary players back. But the front seven is going to be very different than what it has been, and how they perform. This may be a defense that's a little more susceptible to the run, but might be better rushing the passer. And we talked about it with Schaefer earlier. It's a lot of boom and bust. A lot of boom and bust is certainly possible.
And we'll see what's going to happen with all those cooks.
And, of course, the question everyone has, and that is...
what's up with the shoes?
No, what's up with losing all those
jacket?
Close games?
It's some Coach Rule talks to our team about all the time, and it's the winning moments, the last 5 minutes of the fourth quarter. And that's kind of been the thing in Nebraska is we get in close games and we just somehow can't finish it, right? And the narrative is going to have to change. It's going to have to change this year. And our guys are confident that we have the right players and the right pieces to go make those plays and want the ball in their hands. And I think that's a great feeling when your coach is empowering you to, you know, we're going to give you the ball and we want you to make a play. That gives you confidence as a player that your coach believes in you.
We talked about it yesterday. I mean, the whole key to being able to finish games is just being able to do everything a little bit better from the start to the finish.
What do you think about the way he started that answer where he says he's been talking about it with us a lot? Like you wonder, hopefully that ends up being a good thing rather than they've been focusing on it too much.
Yeah, I would hope.
You worry about that, right?
It kind of runs counter to what how Matt Rule answered the question yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And that is, you know, really it's about executing better from start to finish versus just
focusing on
zeroing in on one thing. It's almost like one of those, it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy. Oh man, This person's not very good in this moment, and then that moment arrives, and lo and behold, they're not very good. You keep mentioning it, you keep reinforcing it, and it just keeps getting worse.
Yeah.
And I think the way to defeat that is how Matt Rule described it yesterday, and that is being able to control the things that you can control and not feel like nothing is in your control. What was the line he had yesterday that I really liked? I wrote it down. Had to do with pressure. I'm going to look this up real quick because I thought it was a really good line. And it was I wrote it down. I was paraphrasing it, but panic comes when you don't think you can control what happens.
That's good. That's good.
And we always think, oh my God, it's a fait accompli. You know, the other team's got the ball. There's less than 2 minutes to go. They're just going to march down the field and score. No, you're out there too. You're playing defense. You make the tackle. You break that block. You force that strip sack. You deflect that ball.
You're on the field.
You're on the field too.
You're allowed
that
to do
is a
something.
Controllable situation. Even though the other team has the ball, the best defenses are the ones who feel like they are the ones in control.
Exactly.
Or vice versa. When you have the ball and you need to get down the field and score or get a 4-minute drive to clinch the game, you are in control.
Mm-hmm.
When we continue, we have more from Tone.
Awesome.
Yeah. More from Tone and his playoff idea, which many people, I was pleased to see, were shooting it down on many sides.
Yes, that's true.
On 1620 The Zone. Oh, this was a pretty cool moment last night. It's been a good debut, Nick, if you bring up the video. Former Husker Bryce Matthews.
Yeah, he's been yakking bombs.
Yes, he has.
Yakking bombs.
Bryce Matthews gets into one deep to left field, and the Astros have the lead. Bryce Matthews continues here in Arizona. Third home run in 2 games, and just like that, the Astros have awakened to a 2-1 lead.
Such a bummer he plays for the Astros.
Yeah, remember when they cheated that time?
Yes, we do remember Nick.
I remember, Nick.
But he's been off to a really good start. Yeah. Still waiting for one of those big trades to come through. It hasn't happened yet.
We got plenty of time, John. We have 8 more days.
I know. A lot of teams are... See, this is one of, in my opinion, one of the many bad things about the expanded baseball playoffs.
What?
Is you have teams like the Diamondbacks, like the Royals, like the Twins, like the Guardians, who are just hanging around enough to think that, well, maybe we don't need to sell because there's still a chance we could get in the playoffs. And so it's holding everything off until a little bit later.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that's a small complaint in the larger picture, and that is you play 162 games. You don't need that many damn teams in the playoff.
Yeah.
Don't be the NBA.
Well, they are. Major League Baseball, NBA, handshake meme. You are what you hate now.
I don't like it.
I know.
But I'm consistent.
Yep, that's true.
I'm consistent.
You don't like... When was the last playoff expansion? I guess you were cool with the college football one. What about when the NFL went to 12 teams total in the playoffs in the 80s? Were you cool with that?
No, it wasn't 12 teams in the 80s. It was... When did they go to 12?
I thought they went to that in the 80s.
It was 10. It was 10 teams in the 80s. I don't remember when they went to the... I thought it was the early 90s.
NFL playoffs. Oh, it was 1990. Were you cool with that? It was at 10?
Yeah.
Holy crap, it was 16 and 82. Oh, that was the strike year.
Yeah,
Right?
that was a strike.
That was a weird year.
That was a strike year.
I like 12. 12 was a cool number.
12 was a cool number.
Plus, when you were the 2 seed, you wouldn't have had to play the 7 seed unless you would have gotten a bye.
And
so my life is a little bit better 2 years ago.
You know that meme with the scruffy looking guy standing up in the middle of the audience. You know.
Oh yeah. The Rockwell painting.
Yeah,
right?
the Rockwell painting. Thank you.
Yeah.
Here's my take. Not a huge fan of Super Wild Card Weekend.
That's right. You hate football, though. You hate when there are too many games. You say this is too many football games.
It just feels, it does feel like too much.
You say it makes me sleepy.
It just feels like too much.
It kind of makes it feel less special.
It does.
I watch it all, and I love it.
That's because you're a pervert.
I watch it all, too.
For the record,
but...
I wish it was back to 12. But the triple header is pretty cool, and the Monday night game is pretty cool.
No, that's dumb.
It's dumb?
Yes, that's dumb.
I enjoyed it when my team
Even
played
though the
that.
Rams are 2-0
You're
in that
2-0.
spot.
You should love the Monday night
like
game.
it.
Maybe every NFL game should be on a Monday, John. You'd be undefeated for all time.
Yeah, I don't know if it works quite that way.
We need to talk a little more NFL on this show. We haven't talked enough NFL lately, except for the Cowboys. We don't need to talk about the Cowboys, just NFL in general.
Smiles and glory holes.
Not them. It's just I got NFL on the brain, and I'm getting really excited.
Yeah, I mean, it'll kick in once the training camps start.
It started. Training camp has started. There you go. Kick in. Let's go, John.
Oh, you know what else starts next week?
I don't know. Monaco?
That happens in May, Josh.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I don't
know. Dummy.
My bad.
Mitch Holthus.
Mitch Holthus training camp reports.
Wow, that's the NFL. And Nick is telling us that Mitch might be joining us in the video stream this season.
For the regular season
Whoa. So does that mean that Mitch will see all of the comments in the video stream that describe things that they'd like to do to Mitch?
Do you see comments
the
in the
guests
guest
see the
link?
comments?
Guests can see the comments.
Well,
Remember, Farron is often reading comments.
Only if he opens the comments. He might not open the comments.
Yeah, maybe we should say stay away from the
comments. Stay away from the comments.
You don't want to see those. It's a lot of Bronco fans.
Yeah, we've got a lot of rabid Bronco and Raider fans in the comments.
Mm-hmm.
Well, okay, you want NFL? I'll give you NFL.
Oh, what is it? Is it the Cowboys?
No.
Is it the Eagles?
Okay,
no.
Don't you ever say that word with that inflection in your voice.
The Eagles?
The world champion Eagles?
Dude,
the Super Bowl champion Eagles?
There was a tweet about their rings.
The Super Bowl champion Eagles who almost weren't the Super Bowl champion Eagles because of the Rams Eagles?
Yeah, why didn't your team beat them, John?
because we somehow couldn't complete the damn drive when he had it inside the 10-yard line. It's still, oh, God, we were so close.
I know.
We were so close.
It's for the best.
Coop made that great catch.
Because then the Rams would have gone to the Super Bowl.
And then the Chiefs would have beat the Rams in the Super Bowl. Then we'd have to deal with Chiefs fans being
they
worse.
wouldn't. We would have cried.
Three-peat Chiefs.
Come on, man. We got Jared Verse diving on people.
Illegally.
There's a good chance that Patrick Mahomes may not be with us anymore if the Rams had made the Super
Patrick
Bowl.
Mahomes, we don't talk enough about how that guy got beat the hell up in the Super Bowl.
He
got destroyed in that game.
He did
like,
bad.
My wife was like, like laughing, like just full of anger and joy at the same time.
Maniacal.
It was very, very maniacal.
It was crazy. For anti-Chiefs fans, which Super Bowl experience was more enjoyable, that or the Bucs?
That's a good question. I don't know. I mean, the Eagles are the Eagles, and they have annoying fans. The Bucs had Tom Brady.
I'm just asking people who just wanted to watch because they hate the Chiefs. They wanted to see the Chiefs lose. Which one was more enjoyable?
I feel like the Eagles
kind of similar.
I feel like the Eagles one was more embarrassing. Like
even though the score didn't look as bad, thanks to
at
some
one point they were
garbage.
40-6, right?
Yes.
I mean, that is Chiefs haters unite. That was your game that you will remember forever. That's the thing for her. It's like the best championship ever. She hates the Chiefs.
But the Bucs one happened when the Chiefs were a better team.
That's true, and it was more of a shock, whereas this Chiefs team had been walking on the tightrope all year long.
And
so
then they finally
it was
fell.
like, see, finally, they're not as good as their record says. But the Bucs one was like, what in the world? You got a list
Make
item?
it a poll question.
What was
Chiefs haters.
Chiefs haters?
Which Super Bowl was more enjoyable?
Okay.
55 against the Bucs, right?
Yep.
Because of course Super Bowl 56 was the greatest Super Bowl of all time, followed closely by Super Bowl 34. Or Super Bowl 59.
Okay.
Eagles.
Okay.
Which one was more enjoyable? This is for Chiefs haters.
Yes.
I'm going to say Tampa just because it was such a blowout.
I mean, they both were. They really were both very similar games.
They
were very similar games. Patrick Mahomes. Now, the difference was Mahomes played a lot better in the first one. I mean, he actually did play well in that game when he was allowed.
That's the thing.
When he was allowed to be on his feet.
Nick, there's this video where it's like players on the sidelines for the Bucs being blown away by the throws that he is making. It's like a 2-minute clip. It's really good because he's like throwing sideways passes.
The whole sideways thing.
That is, you could make an argument. Okay, I wouldn't make this argument. It'd be stupid. You could make an argument it's the most impressive game he's had because of the off-balance throws he had to make. He played horrible against Philadelphia.
He did.
There was no redeeming qualities. I thought there's a world where the Bucs game is much more interesting and it goes down to the wire. There is not a world in the Eagles Super Bowl where that game is close. They kicked their asses up and down the field.
The stats don't look great, but he did. I mean, when you consider how much duress he was under, it was gross. Kelsey had 133 yards receiving in that game, and they lost
in the
Bucs game.
Wow.
They just got absolutely eviscerated.
I'll see if I can find it, Nick. It is incredible, just some of the throws that he was making and some of the ways in which Mike Evans is on the sidelines like, oh my gosh, look at the throws that he's making. It's just pretty wild.
Yeah. But speaking of football,
yeah,
NFL
you said you had an
football,
NFL thing, and now we're talking about the Eagles too much.
Did you hear this? Did you see this? Did you hear about this? Colin Cowherd has a theory. We talked about how Nick Saban, the rumor is he's going to come back. He's going to coach.
I love this. This.
Cowherd says it's not a conspiracy. The story is a poorly kept secret. The Mannings, the Manning family, the Haslam family, Jimmy Sexton, the agent, and Nick Saban are all like, there's something going on that the Browns are going to draft Arch Manning.
They put keys in a bowl.
They're going to draft Arch Manning at the behest of the Manning family and hire Nick Saban to coach him.
I love this. He says it's not. He said it's not a conspiracy theory like 3 or 4 times. It's not a conspiracy theory. Don't put it on the internet. I love this theory. It's so dumb and hilarious. He coached there as a defensive coach back in the 90s with Belichick. What? I absolutely love this.
Why can't we just let the old retired man be old and retired?
Because it's more fun. He wants to coach, Nick. It's
so
not a
is
conspiracy.
the idea that the Browns will tank so they can have the number 1 pick so they can draft Arch?
John, don't worry. They don't have to tank. They're the Browns.
Well,
have you seen their quarterback room?
I know, but there are other teams who suck too.
There are, but the Browns are horrid.
Well, they are.
It's like them, the Saints, and the Giants, and maybe the Titans as the four obvious worst teams.
Yeah.
Watson's still in the Browns?
Yeah. They have 5 quarterbacks.
They have 5 quarterbacks.
They have 5 quarterbacks.
They're like Nebraska last year.
Including our buddy Shador.
So they have Shador. They have Deshaun Watson. They drafted Dylan Gabriel before Shador Sanders. People forget that.
They did.
They brought back Joe Flacco.
Yep.
Oh, do they have Kenny Pickett? Is he the 5th guy that they have?
I think you're right.
Yikes. That's a tough quarterback.
I mean, they got a lot of quarterbacks.
Yeah. That's why they don't have to tank. They'll be just fine at being bad on their own.
Again, I will reiterate what I said when we talked about this, what was it, a couple weeks ago, and was it Greg McElroy who had the theory, or I don't remember which former Alabama
Greg said he heard it from a guy who was very tied in.
I don't want Nick Saban coming back. I want him to stay retired.
Oh, man, I want him to come back.
I don't.
Him trying the NFL one more time.
And this isn't an anti-Saban.
Homer.
I don't want to see him anymore. I just.
Get off my lawn, Nick.
I like it when a legend steps away and stays away. It never goes well the second time around.
It never does.
But so you're right. The difference here is he went to the NFL once. This doesn't seem like him trying to come back to college. Like, I like him.
He's still coming back to coaching.
I know. I just love the idea of him saying, the NFL went wrong for me the first time because I made a mistake at quarterback. I'm not going to make that mistake again. I'm going to go somewhere with a quarterback. Because one of the teams that Cowherd brought up was Harbaugh. Now, Harbaugh, when he came back to the NFL, who does he have? He has Justin Herbert, Nick's favorite quarterback. And so now that's a lot of eggs to put into the Arch Manning basket. You know, a guy who
hasn't shown anything yet.
Yeah,
I mean, he's going to get his chance this year.
Yes, 100%.
Wouldn't that be the thing that derails this whole deal? Is if Arch Manning just plays poorly this year?
That would be pretty funny.
Gets
because
benched.
Is there an obvious number 2 quarterback for the 2026 draft? I don't know if there is. Like, he is the guy, and he's barely played. I have to look at a mock draft.
Well, it depends. What would Mateer if he played well at Oklahoma?
Yeah, I guess so. I just saw. So he's one guy. Let's see, Cade Klubnik from Clemson.
Yeah.
I'm just scrolling through Mel Kiper's. By the way, he had Cade Klubnik number 1. He did. Wow, where is Arch even on here? Though maybe he's just going with seniors. Lenoris Sellers is on here, etc.
Yeah, because I mean, Arch doesn't have to.
Arch could play college another year after this.
Might have to if he sucks.
Mm-hmm. Katie says, we all know John considers President T a legend. Is he saying the second time around isn't going well? John, are you enjoying the sequel?
Honestly, I'll say this.
Oh, interesting. That's a defense. That's a John Butler.
It hasn't felt as bad as the first.
Wow, really?
Interesting.
Well, the first had just so much. I mean,
because you're just not surprised anymore.
You know what? That's probably it. That I'm just not surprised by as much anymore.
It's kind of like
it just doesn't feel as toxic right now. And I get it. A lot of people are like, "What are you talking about? Ice, whatever." Okay, I'm just saying how it feels.
Tough look.
See, it feels like a goalpost thing. I feel like it's just as toxic, if not even a little more toxic than the first one, but we're so normalized.
That's what John is saying. Okay. It's like when Nebraska loses close games now, you're like, classic, you know.
Classic
John's
Nebraska.
We're all used to it around here. It doesn't hurt as much anymore.
Vintage Nebraska.
Vintage. Again,
I mean, there's been some early success. You know, they got the whole, they kind of settled things down with the Chinese. Got Colbert fired.
I know you, dude, you were a one-issue voter. In November, you said the president needs to get rid of Colbert.
Get rid of Colbert.
Like, I don't like that.
He's losing too much money.
I don't like. Yeah, because
they need to pay Jim Nantz more.
Well, and Mike Schaefer, who is
Mike Schaefer.
Yeah. John
Imagine how much more Mike Schaefer could be making in BC and Bruns if they didn't have to pay Colbert.
Can you imagine if those guys wrote an email to their bosses like, "Hey, so we're saving $40 million now. Could I get a raise?
Just a little bump.
Just a couple bucks.
Yeah.
I don't need $1 million. Just a couple bucks."
No, I mean, you're right. It's probably just more normalized.
Okay, I couldn't. When you said you're right, I didn't know if you were talking about Saban again.
No.
Okay.
I'm answering the question. It's probably more that it just feels more normalized.
Which is awesome, by the way.
Very exciting.
How cool is that?
At least we don't have an auto pen running things.
At least we don't have an auto pen. Now, that's a word that you've said more than I say agency.
Yeah.
You've said auto pen a lot lately.
Yeah, it's only.
I'd never even heard of that phrase.
You've never heard of AutoPen?
Not until whenever they started saying AutoPen recently.
Mm-hmm.
It sounds like Autobahn. By the way, speaking of overs,
Designated Hitler.
there was a comment, and I want to make sure from J-Man. Josh just referenced George Lincoln Rockwell under hits. Is there affiliations there with Mr. Rockwell? Was he a Nazi?
Norman Rockwell?
Holy God, George. So wait, did we reference? He's referencing a different Rockwell. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I was like,
picture,
wow.
The painting.
He's referencing George Rockwell. He established the American Nazi Party. That is the over.
We're
talking about Norman Rockwell, the famous painting of the man standing. I have an opinion.
Yes,
they should make a graphic for that for the Happer Show every Tuesday or every Wednesday. I have an opinion. Yeah, that guy is the epitome of I have an opinion.
A lot of old school conservatives love Norman Rockwell paintings, though.
That's a great painting.
It's a great painting.
I'm not saying that painting is. I'm just saying that there is like a specific group of people that do like his paintings.
I like that painting.
It depicts life in the 50s,
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Back when a lot of people think things were good and even better.
Well, there were good things. There's good things about every era that we lived in.
Both sides. Both eras. What's the best part about this era?
Why do we have to keep dwelling on the negative? The best part about this era?
What's the best part? Oh, damn it. Damn it. Say it. Say your stupid words.
Well, I wasn't.
Your stupid words.
I was actually going to say the best part about this era is the Rams and the Cubs have both won championships. And also, Frisco and Dallas haven't won in 30 years.
This
Smiles
is the worst
and
era.
glory holes.
I will award the Niners the Super Bowl if it means the Cowboys can have one too. I'll do that for our friend of the Grum, KD, who sent us down this President T rabbit hole.
We don't want any of that.
KD and I won an HD Super Bowl. KD, handshake me.
No,
Let's do this.
It wasn't that great.
What,
really
HD?
wasn't.
You sound like my grandpa.
I'm saying those.
Why do I need this converter box?
If it meant we had to lose HD to keep the Cowboys and Niners streak going, I'm all in.
No.
Give me 4x3 again, baby.
Wow.
John, I don't want to play video
Poll
games
question:
in 4x3
would you go back to 4x3 forever?
You'll get used to it.
So this is a dumb
We
debate.
all played Pac-Man and Asteroids in 4x3. You'll get used to it.
Would you go back to 4x3 if it meant your arch rival would never win again? Wow. That's the question. That's the offshoot of the one last week of getting shot in the leg.
Oh.
Wow, 4x3 sucks.
Yeah, it does.
It's horrible.
It does.
Though the pain that I have felt
winning a championship is worse.
The pain that I have felt in my heart the last 6 months is like ultimate sports pain. Ultimate sports pain.
Think about it.
This is the worst sports
Eagles
pain
will
I've
never
ever had.
win again.
Man, that's pretty nice. But 4x3 is bad. It ain't good.
It's not that bad if you sit close enough to it.
I guess that's true. By the way, Boy from Beyond on YouTube writes, I'm black. The 50s were good. Well played. Very well played.
Well, you know who else has an opinion? Tone.
Oh, yeah. He said some more dumb stuff today, by the way.
More tone when we come back on 1620 The Zone. Yesterday, we had some of the audio from Tony Petitti's press conference, or Tone, as we like to call him, trying to explain, as he's like the one guy in the crowd of people who are like shaking their heads in disbelief, who believes that his playoff plan is 4 automatic bids for the Big Ten and SEC and 2 automatic bids for the Big 12 and ACC is a good idea.
It's good.
It's good.
This was the audio we didn't get to. And of course, the concern has been recently with teams dropping premier non-conference matchups, the most recent being Indiana ditching Virginia in a series that they had signed. Tone is worried, hey, we're losing these games. We can't have this. This is bad, and our idea would actually make it better.
What's the incentive to get schools to schedule stronger games? And those are some of the things we've talked about with the SEC in the season. I think fans want more of those games. I think there's been some writing like, well, those games won't mean anything if you're qualifying off your conference. I disagree with that. At the end of the day, you're still playing for seeding and straight seeding. So if you had a system where you're qualifying off your conference record, winning or losing a tough non-conference game could affect seeding. Plus, in the models we're talking about, there's still some at-large picks left. So I think we got to focus on the right incentive. You're starting to see games being dropped. I think there's a running concern among coaches, and you'll hear from our guys, and whether they cover this or not, where does winning a big non-conference game help you more than losing a non-conference game hurts you? Like that's the sentiment. Like, what's the right way to measure that? And also a lot of these games tend to be played early in the season. And you don't quite know who your team is at that point. Like, look at teams move up and down across the season. Teams get healthy. Some teams are unlucky. It just really depends. So I focus more on let's create an incentive to schedule more of them naturally, and because I don't think we need rules to do it.
So I'll say this, like, and call me an idiot if you want to. I don't think schools care that much about seeding. I really don't. If they did, then why are they canceling all these future conference matchups or non-conference matchups?
Well,
I don't think they care about it like we think they should.
To me, the inconsistency here is Tone has vilified the committee and said, well, we just don't trust them. Right. We need our system so that we don't have to lean on them so much. Who's doing the seeding, Tone? Who's doing the seeding? The seeding that is all so important to you. The committee. So what you're saying is you trust the committee to do the seeding. You don't trust them to pick the teams. If that ain't inconsistent, I don't know what is.
Yeah.
Also, his idea that non-conference games would still mean something if we go to this format is it is the exact opposite of logic. I don't know what school he went to, but they need to revoke his degree because he has no idea. Those games instantly become lesser in value. If Ohio State knows, hey, I just need to finish in the top 6 in the Big Ten to make it to the playoff, they're going to put more emphasis on those conference games.
Because that's more controllable. You can control that. Because it is not a committee. It is not a committee.
Because it's not going to be.
It's how good you are on the field. And that is ultimately what's going to matter. And like, I'm going to say something, and I know the reasons why they can't do it. But if we are really that worried about non-conference games being lessened moving forward or whatever it is, why don't you just set a number and say every team in the sport in the power leagues has to play this many power games a year? And I would just do it at 10 because then we kind of remove the 8 or 9 conference game barrier and just say 10. If the whole crux of this is we're worried about that, the committee could do that. They could decide if you want to make it, you have to play a non-conference game or 2 in the case of the SEC.
But you know why the committee won't do it? Because guess who chose the committee?
It's themselves.
The conferences that are complaining. The same people that are complaining about the committee are the same people who made the committee possible.
I want to read this comment from Dave, and I don't mean to like pick on Dave, but he says, until the committee punishes teams for weak non-con schedules, Tony isn't entirely wrong. But didn't they? Indiana went 11-1, and they were a 10 seed. If that's not punishing...
If Alabama wins that game at Oklahoma, Indiana is probably out of the playoff.
So, like, I know that they got in, but I think that they got punished because of... Part of it, obviously, was their conference schedule, too. But their non-conference schedule was not impressive.
Well, here's the other problem is we're literally taking everything off of 1 year. This is the same stuff we bitched about with the SEC and their inconsistency was they were all ticked off that they only got 3 teams in and they didn't take into account, the difficulty of an SEC schedule. 1 year. We had 1 year of this.
Also, 2 years ago, Alabama got in over Florida State, who was undefeated. So they obviously have taken into account the SEC schedule before.
Bingo.
I think Indiana was punished last year. And I know they made it. And so it's like it's one or the other for people. Well, they should have got punished more. I would say they got punished pretty harshly.
One of the things there that Tone said at the end of his statement was really galling. And that is, he was basically saying, well, we shouldn't put so much emphasis on early season games because, we don't know who the teams are yet. What? Since when did that matter?
I know.
Every game has mattered. The beauty of this sport for decades has been that every game matters. And I know we've lessened that to a degree now that we've got a 12-team playoff. That you can have a mulligan or 2 and still make it. But there is still an element that every game matters.
So is the argument now we should move non-conference games around? Yeah, because that's inconsistent with the other parts of the statement. Because I'm with you. By the way, I want to read this text from Cats Are Funny. Why do you always talk about possible playoff system when I'm in the car headed for home? I could not care less what happens until it happens. Talking maybe sucks. For the record, I don't feel like this is one of our usual what should they do at the playoff. We are more calling out Tony Petitti for how he's handled some of the things. Do you have another piece of audio? Because I do have a quote that I could read you that is from today.
Yes. Here's I'll play this one last one here.
Okay.
Because the real reason Petitti wants this, he wants to create the play-in games.
Exactly.
He wants to create those because he knows that those are games that he controls and that he can get more money out of his network partners for. That's the real reason he wants this. Sure, the automatic access is great, but creating this championship weekend where he's got his play-in games and his conference championship game, that's what he really wants out of all this.
Yeah.
And a question was asked of, well, why should the 5th and 6th place teams in your conference get a chance to play their way in? Because they use the example of, well, you would have had Iowa and Illinois playing those games last year.
Do they feel like playoff teams? Yeah.
Do they seem like playoff teams to you? It's a long answer, but here's what he said.
I think where our coaches came down and our ADs was that, at the end of the day, there are 18 members in the Big Ten. You have 17 available opponents. You play 9 of them, right? So there's a lot of discrepancy, let alone making comparisons, across the leagues. There's a lot of issues about how you compare teams inside the Big Ten. Your schedule, just by the way it plays out, might be easier than people thought when it was made up. We obviously try to competitively balance our schedules. So there's an issue there, like even within our own league, giving teams a chance. Where we came down is that we were willing to take that risk. If you had 16 teams, there's still a catch-all where there's potentially 3 at-larges. So if in your example, if a 6 seed beat a 3, could the 3 then go into a pool to get in? Maybe. But at the end of the day, I think our coaches are willing to take that risk because what they're thinking about it is not a snapshot of any one season. They're looking at how do we get more teams in contention. Look, as you expand the playoff, the rest of the bowl system and how we're trying to protect all of that, you're basically driving everybody to this one event. And it's just, I think in every league's interest, not just ours, to have more teams emerging, like Indiana did last year, giving more teams a chance to compete. And there's just huge value in having games across. Look, last year, Ohio State was 7-2 and finished 4th in the Big Ten, right? It was undefeated in non-conference play. So, the idea that we can go deep, I feel pretty strongly about that. If you're 6-3 in the Big Ten, I would argue that's a great record. And if you stumbled in a non-conference game, I don't know why that disqualifies you. 8-4 is a winning percentage. If you project that winning percentage in every other sport, I'm pretty sure you make the postseason.
Great. So now we're setting 8-4 as an acceptable bar to make the playoff.
This is what happens when you put a baseball man in charge of football. Get him out of the sport. He should not, and I know I'm partly joking, but in all seriousness, that's a baseball brain.
Sure it is.
This isn't baseball.
This isn't baseball.
8-4 correlated, we did the math off the air yesterday, is 109 wins over the course of 162 games. But college football doesn't play that many games.
No.
They play 12, and then a few more in the playoffs and the conference championship games. You can't do that. You cannot think that way. Also, can I throw this out there, John?
Mm-hmm.
Just do the playing games if you want to. I know that there's not like a guaranteed spot, but it would work for you in terms of math. It would help you because it would be another, for lack of a better term, quad one win for your conference team. Just
do it. I'm glad you said it, because Tony Petitti today could walk in. He could shove Kirk Ferentz aside and say, "Sorry, Kirk, I need to take your time. I just came up with this great idea.
We're gonna do
and
it.
Here it is.
Yeah, we're gonna do it anyway.
Starting next season,
just do it.
We're gonna take the 9th week of the conference season, and we're gonna create the Champions Week just like they did in COVID. And they're gonna put the first place team versus the 4th place team, the 2nd place team versus the 3rd place team. And that's going to be your Big Ten semifinal. And then everybody else will be paired up accordingly down the line. And then the winners of those 2 games are going to meet the next week in the conference championship. He could have those play-in games today if he wanted them.
Just do it. Just do it. It doesn't guarantee the seeding and all those things like you want, because he wants there to be a 6th place team has a chance to play into the playoff. But if you're trying to gamify the system, because that's also what we're talking about in a way, gamify the system. There's no one stopping you. You're allowed to do this if you want.
If you're allowed to do it, go ahead.
Speaking of conference championship weekend, I did want to read this quote. So Heather Dinich had a chance to talk to Tone earlier today. Her tweet says, Petitti told me he doesn't want a playoff format to devalue or eliminate the conference championship game, which is hilarious.
It is hilarious.
I'll read his quote. He says, when you get to a large field, it's probably not the same do or die, but if you can keep a bye at stake, potentially really make the seeding important, and then you combine that with the goal of the fight, wanting to win the Big Ten championship, and that still matters in our league, I think that's a good combination. We want our 2 best teams to know they're in the CFP, and we want them to compete really hard for a Big Ten championship game with the goal that if they win the game, they might get a bye. Chris Vanini, who we've had on the show, says they literally changed the CFP seeding format that would have given buys to both Big Ten title game participants last year, devaluing the conference championships. I agree. I don't want to devalue conference titles, but they just did it. And that's true. They just changed the format.
It's already done.
So last year, and part of this is you have to get into, selection committee brain and think that they would actually put the rankings together the same way. And that can be difficult at times. But if they follow through like they did, Oregon and Penn State would have both gotten a bye. And so they would have been playing for something, hardware. They can put a new number on their board that says conference championship game, conference champs 2024. But in terms of stakes, they have already, by moving to the straight seeding format, which I like, they have already removed the stakes of the championship game for maybe not every year, but for a lot of years.
Sure.
I think they have removed that. So like they keep saying like, we don't want to remove, we don't want to change, we don't want to make it lesser, but they keep doing that.
You've already done it. It's too late.
Their actions don't match their words on any of these types of things.
And again, at the end of the day, any playoff system that builds in these quotas, I am fundamentally against. I don't care whatever else they have on the table. If we're talking about a system that gives conferences multiple automatic bids and does not divvy them out equally, that's a deal breaker in my mind. I don't care about anything else. That is a deal breaker. And unfortunately, I wish that would have been one of the questions that would have been asked yesterday of Tone was, well, why do you get 4 spots and the SEC gets 4 spots, but the Big 12 and the ACC get 2?
Honestly, that is a great question that should be asked.
I mean, we all know the answer.
Yes, but I want to hear him say
why.
We
want to hear them say it. Those leagues aren't as good as us.
Yeah.
We want to hear them say it.
Yeah.
Their actions have long identified that that's how they feel, but I want to hear them say it.
And then a follow-up that I'd have is, okay, so like right now you think you're worth 4, they're worth 4, they're worth 2, they're worth 2. Is there room for that to change over the course of 10 years? Like,
because as we know, things change.
Yeah, will this be something you revisit? Like, it's a great question, though. The why of why this. Why you 4, why them 4, why them 2, why them 2? Because we know the answer. But define it. Tell us why you deserve 4. Is it size of the league? Well, the Big 12 and ACC are massive conferences as well.
Sure.
Are you going to tell us it's because of your big brands? Like, are they going to go that? Are they going to say, well, we've won a lot? Like, I would love to know the answer to that question.
I would love to hear them say we've won a lot, because here's the graphic. Since 1950, the Big 8 conference still has more national championships than the Big 10. And the Big 8 has been dead for 30 years. This is a fact, folks. This is undeniable.
That's funny.
Don't tell me your conference has always been great. You still have fewer national championships since 1950 than a conference that has been dead for 30 years. So don't tell me about the greatness of your league. We get you got great brands. I ain't denying that. But when it comes to actually doing it on the field, you still are sucking the Big 8 conference's tailpipe. Ha! As we continue, we are going to get to 25 teams in this hour.
Awesome.
Dave Scozen, the voice of Akron, will join us. It's one of Nebraska's opponents.
It is. They're on the schedule, and we promised no jokes.
No comments about rainouts.
Okay.
Or
just want to make sure. Nick, you didn't work that.
Checks.
You didn't work that into your open, did you, Nick?
I don't think so.
Interesting. What if Nick worked in the highlight of Tim Brando saying, "This guy's going to be Nebraska's Urban Meyer"? Nick, that would have been pretty funny.
I wish I would have now.
We will continue here on The Zone. It's nice that we're finally getting some new liners in there, man.
That was funny.
That one's actually been in there.
Yeah, look at how old it is.
And how is it never
I didn't even
played?
have Banks yet.
I have never.
Yeah, I've never heard that one either.
No, I made that one a while ago.
Yes, August 25th, 2021 is when you uploaded it.
Mhm.
Yeah, we didn't even adopt Banks
How
until
did that
4
not
days.
get in?
Nebraska hadn't lost the Illinois game at that point in time.
I literally have never
Heavy
heard.
package.
It's played a few times.
I've never heard it
I've
either.
never heard it.
I don't know.
Nick, have
Ask
some
Next Gen.
agency. I haven't heard this.
Yeah,
Ask
where's my
Next Gen. It
agency?
just populates stuff.
Where is my agency? We never did get to the Dylan poll question.
Oh, yeah.
So Josh yesterday, being the extremist that he is, says Dylan's either going to be the same as he was last year. He's going to be markedly improved.
No in
Amazingly
between.
Improved. No in between.
No in
So
between.
you asked the question.
Which of these four options best describes your expectations for Dylan Raiola in 2025? And part of the reason I asked this question, John, is our glorious Wisconsin fan, Kyle, because I was like, I haven't heard anybody say anything positive really about him or expectation-wise. And he's like, you are different. Like, a lot of people are obviously expecting growth from him. That's why they picked them to go 9-3, which is a fair argument.
Mm-hmm.
Sure enough, Kyle's right. Big step forward coming. 46.1% of over 500 votes. Improvement with no big jump is 45.5%. You're looking at 91.6% that say he will absolutely improve, and some say he will absolutely improve.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty much the same quarterback, 5.7%. He'll regress 2.8%. So so here's my follow-up. Where are these people? I don't hear this. I haven't heard one Husker fan tell me, I think Dylan's going to be awesome.
You know why?
Why?
Because Husker fan enjoys their seasons. They're not talking about Dylan until the season starts.
That would make sense. They're saying, I'm watching the Rockies-Cardinals game.
Hell yeah, they are.
And the Royals-Cubs game.
Unfortunately, yes.
Maybe that's what it is. I haven't heard any of this. There's like, and I know I'm going to say two words.
Well,
that
you know what? I don't have to put it on the list.
All right.
You'll hear about it next month.
Okay. So you think that's what it is?
It'll be chatted up big time next month.
Because I'm going to say two words that have one connotation, and I don't mean to make it political, but is there a silent majority out there that is actually like really bullish on Nebraska football and Dylan Raiola, and they just don't talk to me? Or are they keeping this inside? They just don't want to tell people.
It's kind of a Nebraska thing not to get too braggadocious too soon, just kind of lay in the weeds. I don't want to say anything positive because I don't want to call attention to myself.
Jinx it.
I don't want to jinx it.
Maybe they don't want to jinx it. J-Man writes, all the leaves are brown. And the sky is gray.
All the leaves are brown.
On a day like today when it's 90 degrees with 80,000% humidity, doesn't it make you wish for a crisp, cool fall day, John?
No.
With football on your telly?
A crisp, cool July day would be nice.
Yeah, we don't get those. Watching football on your 4x3 TV to keep the Niners from ever winning another Super Bowl.
Oh, I love the CRT. Remember the static you used to get when you put your hand up to it? You'd get all staticky with the CRT.
I haven't thought of that in forever.
Right?
What? You know, when you put, what does CRT stand for, first of all?
I don't remember.
You know, like a 4x3 TV, John, you put the hand close to the TV and there would be like a little static that would come off the TV. You never did that?
I mean, I guess that was never anything we did for kicks.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if we did it for kicks.
Yeah, we didn't do it to get our rocks off, John.
Well, what are you doing touching the screen? You're not supposed
you're kids.
You're not supposed to smear it up anyway.
Kids touch stuff, John. I don't know what to tell you. You've never touched anything when you were a kid?
Full question.
Well, yeah,
Did you touch stuff when you were a kid?
I never got the desire to walk up to the TV and just start fingering it.
I'm so happy our guest isn't in the green room just yet. Brent says Husker fans are all cautiously optimistic.
I would agree.
Cautiously subscribing.
Joe in Vegas says, here you go, Josh. I think Dylan's going to be Big Ten first team this year. 10-2 home playoff game. Here we go.
Put this on the list. He is not going to become Big Ten all first team. But if he is, Nebraska's going to the playoff, baby.
Yeah, he said they're going to host a playoff game.
If Dylan is going to be first team all conference, because consider, we talked about this 3 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
This is a pretty good league for quarterbacks for once in a great long time. I mean, there's a lot of good young and good experienced quarterbacks in this league.
Drew Aller.
It's the deepest league of quarterbacks potentially we have ever seen in this
Hashtag
conference.
deep.
Mm-hmm. Hashtag finger.
And if Dylan were to rise above that group,
that'd be pretty nice. Hey, that means that I'm right on the extremes, though.
Oh, absolutely you are.
If he's first team all quarterback, all conference first team, you're probably looking at 30-plus touchdown passes. You're probably looking at 3,500-plus yards.
Easily.
What, Nick?
I got an email from Tyler, cathode ray tube. That's what CRT
Oh, yeah, okay.
Oh, nice.
Stands for.
I thought you were reading his last name.
No.
For some reason.
Yeah.
But last name was cathode. Maybe it's Coppola.
Maybe it's Coppola.
You know what would be even more amazing? If Dylan had a first-team all-conference caliber season, yet they lost to Akron.
That would be incredible.
That would be
Our
really
next
funny.
guest would think, hey, that's cool.
I would feel terrible for the person hosting Big Red Overreaction that night because that would be a tire fire.
It's probably you.
It's probably me.
Well, Dave Scozen, who is the voice of the Zips, will join us next in 25 teams and 25 grums on 1620 The Zone.
While Tone blathers on in Las Vegas for his stupid playoff idea, the rest of the world is waiting for college football to arrive. But it is a long wait, like a whole month. Did you know that is the average lifespan for the common housefly? Yeah, those pesky things trying to land in your potato salad and bother you while sleeping only live about 1 month. In other words, college football might seem near, but it is actually a lifetime away.
countdown is on.
Bullet will keep it. Looking for an angle. Can he get to the end zone? He will drive his body in. He gets the signal. Touchdown. The Zips are rolling early against Eastern Michigan.
Finley over the top. Caught. Touchdown. Jarvis Rush with his first score of the season. 36 yards.
First play of the game for Akron is a pass incomplete. Amari Granger in a foot race. Granger to the end zone. And a touchdown on the opening play of the game. 72 yards.
It's time for 25 teams in 25 grums.
Number one, I'm kind of like an AI voice guy. He's got some really neat perspective.
Oh yeah, interesting
on this month.
Mm-hmm.
Also, congrats, Nick. Look at the nice little backdrop you have for us in the video.
Mm-hmm.
We got the Akron Zips logo because we have a guest in the stream today.
I love it.
Dave Scozen is the voice of Akron football and joins us here on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone StreamYard. How you doing, Dave?
I'm doing great. How are you?
We're doing good.
Well, the Zips have had just one winning season since 2015, but it seemed like last year they built some momentum, closed off with winning 3 out of their last 5. Does it feel to you as we enter the training camp portion of the season that there's been some momentum that can carry into this year?
There is, and it's different because the last couple of years have seemed like there was almost momentum. So Joe Moorhead's going into his 4th year as a head coach, and he was the OC at Penn State and Oregon, head coach at Mississippi State. But it's felt like they've had so many almost, and then they'd shoot themselves in the foot, right? There'd be a chance to win the last game or two of the season. But this year they beat the arch rival Kent State week 11, and then the last game, Toledo, who is perennially a really good team in the MAC, came to Akron, and it was one of those Tuesday night MACtion games, and they got them. They blew a lead, but managed to win in overtime. So yes, there's that momentum, but man, we are in this world of half the team's gone from last year. So we're all living in that. However, Ben Finley is back, and he's the quarterback. And this is the first time in 8 or 9 years that we have had a quarterback play the entirety of one season and then come back for the next year. So knock on wood, he got a little banged up against Ohio State week 1, but he played in every game last year. So I think that's going to go a long way because you could see it took him a few weeks to get comfortable with the personnel around him last year.
I wanted to ask you about Ben because his number's pretty solid. His completion percentage throughout much of his career has always been in the 50s. I wonder if 60% is a realistic goal for him this year. Has that been a topic of conversation and emphasis for him to get that number higher?
I think that is realistic, and part of it is, last year's Zip schedule, Ohio State, South Carolina, even Rutgers, which you usually think, it's Rutgers, but, they're better now than they used to be. So he had 3 games where there wasn't, a very forgiving defense. And, I think the other thing with Ben, all right, he's been at NC State and he's been at power. What are we down to? Are we in power 3 or 2 or how many power conferences are left? But regardless of that, this was his first chance to be the guy and play a full year. So I think a lot of people are excited about what can he do because now he's gone through a full season. Now he is the guy through all of these off-season workouts, getting familiar. And we do have a decent amount of returning receivers at the moment. So yeah, I think 60%, sure. I think I like that. I'm going to use that. Thank you, Judge.
David Scozen, the voice of Akron, joining us in 25 teams and 25 grums. The leading rusher from last year, Jordan Simmons, left for the portal, but pulled a couple of guys out of the portal. Jordan Gant, Chris G are 2 guys who are going to be expected to take some of that production in the running game. How does it look this year when you look at the running game and particularly up on the offensive line as well?
I think the offensive line is the key, and it's interesting. So my first year being around this team. I mean, I went to Akron, but I went off and did minor league baseball in other states and all these other things. But when I ended up back in Ohio, and my first year I was the color commentator on the broadcast, and that was the 0-12 year. And at the time, Tom Arth was the first-year coach. So, after that, we hadn't won more than 2 games until last year. But the theme every year is that offensive line. And no matter who the coaches are, they're always talking about, well, at first it was, we got to get some FBS offensive linemen, or some of the, off-the-record type things the previous regime was saying. But regardless of who that running back is, Moorhead is creative, but he loves, screenplays, and he loves to use his receivers. And so the running back is great, but I think he's had apprehension in relying on, hey, it's 3rd and 1, let's run it right up the middle, because we haven't had that, even in the MAC, right? We just haven't had the line to be able to do that consistently. So that's the key. And I know every year these guys are doing everything they can to get the right personnel in there and find that group that gels to be able to produce a solid running game.
David, other side of the ball, is it Shamond or Shamond Cooper?
Shamond Cooper.
Shamond Cooper. I wanted to ask you about him because he started the first 2 games a season ago, had an injury then that knocked him out the remainder of 2024. How has that rehab gone for him, and what are you expecting to see from him as a linebacker this year?
So you act like I have all this inside knowledge, and it's funny. We sort of joke, internally a little bit, like the coaches keep a lot of things, under their hat. But I haven't heard that he is not doing well. How's that? Is that fair to say? Obviously, they haven't had, the workouts. I think it's next. I don't know. Is it Wednesday? I don't even. Next Tuesday, I think, is when they actually take the field. For fall camp. But yeah, all indications are that he should be fine. And that's exciting. And there have been a couple of guys on both sides of the ball where you kind of look back and say, gosh, if we'd have had that one more piece, because, you guys are Big Ten guys, Nebraska, there's depth that goes with that, right? Like I had somebody comment to me, because Akron's basketball program is really good. So within the MAC, especially been to the NCAA tournament 3 out of the last 4 years. But there are players that start for us that I've heard other people say, well, they could go to Ohio State and sit on the bench and make $250,000. And that's something a MAC school can't do. And I think to a degree, you get that with this Akron football team too. No matter how much NIL money is floating around within Akron, it's a depth issue. So a guy like Shamond Cooper, we're all hoping, he can be one of our frontline guys, but all indications are he should be fine, qualifying that I haven't heard otherwise.
Sure.
David Scozen, the voice of Akron, joining us in 25 teams and 25 grums. Speaking of losing guys, again, good guys going off to other programs. CJ Nunnally, who was the top sacker artist last year, was in the backfield a lot. He's gone. How does the prospects look in terms of replacing him and the front 7 for the Zips defense?
So I think that's part of the fun to a degree is, when you have turnover like that, and some of these guys, it's interesting, to be really frank, and maybe a little bit more than I should be, but a lot of guys will leave Akron and go into the portal and say, all right, I'm going to go somewhere and I'm going to make whatever. But there's the reality of, you weren't starting for a team in the MAC that wasn't that great. Where are you really going to go? And I wonder about the elasticity of the whole thing. Will there be a point where some people start to realize, hey, stay somewhere and develop for a couple of years and then try to go get your payday? But Nunnally's a great example of that. He earned it, right? He can go play anywhere in the country legitimately. So in terms of that, now there's one guy that came on. He ended up being redshirted. He's a linebacker, but Gage Summers was interesting toward the end of last season. And he actually went in the portal and came back since the end of last year. But he stepped up and really made some big plays for the Zips. So that's one to look at. But when I started this answer, which has now become long-winded, I said, well, that's part of the fun is you never know who it's going to be. And that's the truth. And I can sit there and watch practice all day, but until you're in a game and you see what's going on, we will have played once by the time we come to Lincoln, right? So maybe I'll know a little bit, but it's really going to be after your game, and then maybe after we go to UAB the next week where you start to say, okay, this dude is legit, and they're going to stand out this year.
David, the Zips were in the news this offseason, of course, because of the APR postseason ban. Do you have any read on how that is going to affect the team, that they cannot enter the year and say, hey, let's get back to our first bowl game in close to a decade? They're unable to say that because of this. How do you think that affects them?
Yeah, I think there's I think it's what a lot of people wonder. I think one good sign is that Ben Finley's still here, right? I mean, as you're returning quarterback and he's still here. I think can Joe Moorhead rally them and say, you know what, we're going to go win the MAC anyway, right? I mean, because the MAC eliminated divisions, so now, and we have 13 teams this year because UMass is coming in before NIU goes to the Mountain West after this season. So it's just like this wide open schedule, and they'll take the top 2 and put them in the MAC championship. I don't know yet if Akron is allowed to be one of the top 2. Now, Miami's really good. Toledo's really good. Bowling Green got Eddie George, right? Like that's a big deal around here. But I think that's the rallying cry is like, look, let's go have a winning record. Let's be competitive and take a run at maybe possibly getting to a MAC championship game. I think that's the mentality that you got to start with and then go from there. But I do think it's a good sign that some of those key guys didn't just bolt out of here when that news broke.
David, are you ready for some quick answer questions?
Yes.
It's a segment we call
Rapid Fire.
Rapid Fire.
You do not throw rocks at a man who's got a machine gun.
Rapid Fire.
The most important player who is not playing quarterback.
Israel Polk, young receiver.
All right.
Interesting. Oh, that was one that came off the board. I wasn't expecting that. Player that you're most interested to see how they contribute this year. Probably thinking more of like a newcomer.
No, Bruno Dahl was a defensive guy. He did a lot of good things. I want to see the growth, right? It's a lot of them. A lot of those dudes came on end of the season last year.
What's your floor for an expectation that would be satisfying?
Well, that's 2 different questions.
Well, it is. Okay. What's your base expectation?
I think 4 wins again is the floor. Okay. But I really, I think Moorhead needs to improve if he wants to. I mean, there's a reality that's year 4, you're going to win 4 games and that's good. Like, I think satisfied, you want to be 500.
The thing you love most about this year's team is?
Momentum. You asked about it first question. Momentum. Yep. They won the last 2 games. Like you said, 3 out of 5. Quarterback back. Let's go. Momentum.
The thing that worries you most about this year's team?
History.
We know about that around here too.
Yeah, we do.
Yep.
You got $10,000 riding on it. Your regular season record prediction is?
5-7.
What percentage chance do you give Akron of winning in Lincoln? Ooh.
11.
Oh, I like that. A specific number.
Yeah, me too. Not 10, not 15.
At least you didn't say 0 because it's going to rain again.
That was. Now I wasn't around for that, but that was. But that year the Zips beat Northwestern. Like that was one of those. It was Terry Bowden was still here,
right?
Real quick, as a student in 1997, my buddies and I drove 10 hours out there to go see the Zips as 56-point underdogs.
And they
were
covered
3-0. But they covered. They only lost by like 51 or so. I mean, I wasn't betting.
David, that was my first ever game as a kid. I got tickets for my birthday from my parents for that game.
See, so you're an honorary Zip. We were both there.
There we go.
Who's your pick to win the MAC?
Oh, good. That's a good tough question.
It should be Toledo, but they can never put it together.
Okay.
I'm going to go Miami. I'll
All right.
Miami again. Yeah.
And give me 3 teams that you would wager will win the national title this year.
Holy cow. Well, Ohio State, right?
Yeah.
What do you guys think of Alabama?
I am starting to subscribe to them having a really good year.
Yeah, I am too.
I'm getting a little bullish on them.
You kind of have to follow the money, right? Like who's got the war chest? Gosh dang. I mean, obviously it's Ohio State. Tennessee is not. I mean, Ohio State, Georgia. We put Clemson back in there or not? What do you think of that?
Sure. Feel free.
I'm going to go those 3. I'm going to go. I'm not sold on Alabama post Saban yet. I just feel like
I like it. You got 3 different conferences too, so you spread the love around a little bit.
Well, David, Thanks a lot for the time. And this time you won't have to drive 10 hours to get here. I'm assuming you're going to be
Charter
flying.
flight. Let's go.
So
there we go.
A little charter flight. Let's hope for great weather and a completed game, a game that doesn't stop after the opening kickoff. And we'll see you in about a month or so.
All right. Looking forward to it. Thank you, guys.
David, thank you.
David.
David Scozen, the play-by-play voice of the Akron Zips. I love how he called me out. That's 2 questions.
That was 2 questions.
It was.
Got to ask better questions.
Yeah, John, what the hell?
It was good. I thought it was a good question.
The interesting team, and we talked about it
Busy
in there.
question.
He said it's the question. I don't mean to pat myself on the back, but how this team responds to the APR penalty and not being able to go to a bowl game.
Yeah, and I've not thought about that, but that's a great question because you don't know. I mean, you're kind of playing for pride.
You definitely are.
You don't even get to play for a bowl game.
Yeah.
And as David said, they may not even if they would finish top 2, they may not be allowed in the conference championship game.
Yeah.
By the way, that's a tough opening slate.
Yeah, and it's Wyoming coming to town.
At least you get Wyoming at home, but then you go to Nebraska, go to UAB.
Yeah.
And you're on the road in 5 of your first 8 games. There's no bye until week 10.
Yeah.
So they're going to be like starting on that opening Thursday night. It's going to be boom, 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 all the way down. And 5 of those 8 games are on the road.
Yeah, and he mentioned Toledo as one of the teams to keep an eye on, and he mentioned Miami. Those games come within the span of a few weeks, and it's after the games in the non-conference as well.
Buddy K. Ford has the total at 4.3 wins for Akron, a 44% chance of hitting 5 wins.
By the way, if those watching notice that the Wyoming game is on the opening Thursday, that game is at 6:00 on ESPN Plus. So while you're listening to the inevitable long pregame show that we do from Arrowhead, probably, hopefully, right? Hopefully, we're all crossing our fingers.
When we're here in the studio,
check it out. You can get a little preview of Nebraska's Week 2 opponent that same night.
See how nice they get to play a game at 6:00. Nebraska got to wait till 8:00 on a weeknight.
Yeah, we could have.
The kids have to go to school in the morning. You think they're going to stay up late for this?
What if they would have done like the 4:00 game, like the Boise USF?
That'd be awesome.
That would have been nice. Overreaction would have been done early.
That would have been awesome.
Yep. Said we'll be up till 2. Then we get to drive home the next morning.
Well, maybe.
Tomorrow.
Some of us may already be at home.
Look who's on tomorrow. A team we just mentioned.
Alabama.
Nice.
And does Nick have a guest for us? So far, he's 3 for 3.
He does.
I do.
He does. We don't remember his name right now, but we do have a Bama guest. It is not our old friend who used to call games.
Yeah, Eli Gold,
Yeah, but it's
who's
not
no
Eli.
longer calling games.
But
Eli was always a good guest.
He was so fun.
We always enjoyed Eli.
Yeah, he was a nice guy.
I saw his number on my phone, and I was just like, oh.
Maybe I should text him.
It's Dumb Debates time.
Let's do it.
That will be right after these important messages on 1620 The Zone.
be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
From your mom.
Listeners and not to, we did anyway, dumb debating.
John's computer sucks, Macs are the only way, dumb debating.
Fullbacks are running backs, hamburger steaks.
Josh is too dumb to eat a cupcake.
Mainly to base.
Does John like Nebraska or Creighton?
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Die for the pylon or give up on the plate, dumb debating.
Millennials are great and old should go away, dumb debating.
Rarely do we find any common ground.
Josh wants his food to be the best around.
Even if it gives him fatal flatulation.
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. When a tree falls down and nobody's around, you can bet your ass it won't make a sound. Water ain't wet, you know nothing about hydration. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating.
Yo, 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 it's Dumb Debates.
Yo.
Your chance, yeah.
You?
No, yo.
It's like a U without the U.
It's true. Is there an apostrophe after the O?
Nice callback.
Yeah, but
to the crossover.
But what's yo short for?
But if you missed the crossover, you'll get to hear it at the end of the year.
Sure.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Dumb Debates, your chance to contribute to the Grum by sending us your questions, your quandaries, your dumb debates.
Or dumb baits with an apostrophe.
You might have been just
No.
spending some time recently in the men's room taking a dump, and you thought about something, and you thought, hey, the guy should debate this on the Grum. Fire it off to us in the Equitable Bank inbox. John at 1620thezone.com. Josh at 1620thezone.com.
Oh, were you just taking a dump?
No, I wasn't.
Wow, that was a quick dump.
No, I wasn't.
That's why they call him Quickie John.
I don't like to take quick
John's
dumps.
actually in the
I like to
bathroom
make
right
sure.
now.
I like to make sure all of the payload is delivered when I
Nice.
when I fly my sortie. Or you can
That was good.
send us your dumb debates in the Equitable Bank, or not the Equitable Bank inbox. I just mentioned that. The J-Tech Construction Zone Twitter page at USC 1620.
Please.
So my first debate for the day
All right.
is actually one inspired from yesterday.
I thought you were gonna be
We got
inspired
into the
from pooping.
conversation about quesadillas.
Yes.
Oh, here we go. This is going to get into problematic territory.
It
No,
is.
it's not. So, and if I'm missing anyone, let me know.
Okay.
But your major delivery systems for Mexican food are
Burritos,
burritos,
quesadillas,
enchiladas,
Yeah.
quesadillas,
tacos.
Yep. I put tamale.
Do we put a chimichanga?
Well, isn't a chimichanga just a deep fried
I
burrito?
don't- Tamale is not really a delivery system. It's its own thing.
Yeah,
Well-
you don't get like a I mean, I don't know.
So do we
I would almost remove tamale.
remove
Yeah,
tamale?
remove tamale.
Yeah.
Anything else that I'm missing? Those are like the. Those
do you
are
have,
like.
do you have tortas?
What's
See,
that?
that's not a main. I don't feel like that's a
No?
I feel like
Okay.
that's a deep cut.
All right, so the main
The B
four.
side of Mexican food.
So let's go. The main four: burritos, enchiladas, quesadillas, tacos.
Are we ranking them?
Oh, what about nacho?
Ooh, nachos.
You want to put nachos in there?
Sure.
I'll
Thank
put
you,
nachos
Dave.
Do we
in there.
do we do also just a plain bowl, a bowl of the things, or do you not want that?
No,
you
no,
want
no.
to do the actual delivery system?
This is the delivery system because it includes the tortilla.
Okay.
Rank the five:
All right, so give them to me again.
burrito, enchilada, nacho, quesadilla, taco.
Okay.
I'm gonna go taco number one.
Whoa, that is
Wow.
an upset.
That is.
Appalachian State just beat Michigan.
How is that an upset? The taco is like
Because it's so
I consider-
tiny.
I
Yeah.
consider the taco
Tiny.
the introduction to Mexican food for most people.
That doesn't mean it has to be the goat, though.
I think it
Think
is.
about the first thing you did with your girlfriend. That's not the thing you want to do forever with your
Also,
girlfriend. That's the taco.
Ketchup is everyone's
Not-
introduction
but
to condiments.
But not in the way. Not
Say
in the
that
way.
as a drop.
Not in the way, though.
And let's make sure that drop actually gets in the rotation. We actually hear it, unlike the one we
Nice.
heard earlier.
Yes.
No, I think the taco's the best. I think the taco is the OG. Why?
To
the
me-
street taco.
Oh,
We had some great street tacos.
street tacos are overrated.
Okay, no, that's a bad
Overrated.
take.
That is a terrible
That's a
take.
terrible
Isn't that the
man.
one with Frito crap in it?
No.
Not a street
No.
taco?
No, the street tacos are the ones that you get. It's like they usually do the double tortilla.
Okay, my bad. I was
It's like the
misunderstanding.
small
What's the
tortilla,
one
it's
where
got
they
like
just
the
pour
meat
like
meats.
Fritos into it?
Walking taco.
That's overrated.
Well, see, no, walking tacos with Fritos, no, you need to get them with Doritos.
No, Fritos are the goat.
I don't want either of those in my Mexican food. Either way, tacos are good. They are not the best.
No.
It's between burritos and enchiladas.
I think
I
those
think
are the two.
enchiladas are kind of.
I think
all
enchiladas are overrated.
Are miniature burritos.
The enchiladas are just messy ass burritos.
What? Well, you eat them with a fork. You don't have to eat Don't eat enchiladas with a hand.
No,
You eat
that's-
enchiladas with your hands.
No, that's what I'm saying. Enchiladas are messy burritos, which makes them worse than burritos.
No, but you get cheese and other stuff on top of it. Enchilada sauce.
I like enchilada sauce.
Enchilada sauce rocks. Burrito is my number
All
one.
right.
though.
Well, I'm going to go. I'm going to go taco.
Okay.
See, now that we put nachos in here, this makes it a little more difficult. I'm going to go. Wow. I'm going to go nachos 2,
Over a burrito?
burrito 3, enchilada 4, quesadilla the woat.
So mine.
That is wild that they're the woat for you.
They are the woat of those 5. They're the woat.
Michael says, are we talking crunchy or soft tacos, flour or corn? I think.
I mean, it's all
answer
all-
it however you want to answer
Yeah.
it.
Right.
I think of flour. I do flour tacos. Is what I do.
I do corn, man.
Your taste buds aren't as good. That's all right.
What are you talking? There's more flavor in a corn tortilla
like-
than there is in a flour.
I feel like-
flour tortilla is bland.
I like the mouthfeel of a flour tortilla.
I don't like how chewy corn tortillas can be. I like.
Listen, we all like the mouthfeel of a good taco.
We do.
Yeah,
We do.
We all love the mouthfeel of a good taco.
Of course.
But the taste is important too, man. You got to have
Taste.
That is
Very
true.
Taste is
important.
very important.
I would argue the most important thing about a taco.
Let's rank the most important things of a taco in our next dumb debate.
So I'm going to go burrito.
Okay. That's my number one.
Burrito.
I mean, how
Enchilada.
your taco is groomed, that's important too. I mean, how you're dressing your taco.
Yeah.
And I like a little cilantro on my taco.
I hate cilantro. It's so nasty. It tastes like soap.
I'm sorry, you
It
have
does
the
not
soap
taste
gene.
like soap.
No,
It
no,
does- it's a
it
thing.
does
It's
to
a real
people like
thing.
Josh who have the inferior soap gene.
That the inferior
It
soap
sucks.
gene.
I hate it.
Imagine having
All right, so
that.
I rank my 5. Go.
Burrito, enchilada. What are the other three again? I keep
Nacho
forgetting.
quesadilla taco.
Quesadilla taco, nachos.
Nachos last?
Nachos. All of
That's
them are good
wild.
though. All of them are good.
So mine, get ready for some real Mexican food talk, fellas. Burrito,
Yeah.
nacho,
No.
quesadilla.
No.
Wow. Oh, you're gonna have enchilada last, you freak.
I'm gonna have enchilada last.
So taco enchilada.
Taco
This
enchilada.
is insane.
I
Nick.
like enchiladas.
I don't like
but
enchiladas that much.
You guys, I don't think have had good enchiladas before.
I have had good enchiladas.
You haven't. I don't
I've
think you have.
absolutely had good enchiladas. They just don't do it for me.
No.
I
I'm
would
sorry
rather,
to report.
I would rather have a good taco
Sorry
than a
to
good
report.
enchilada.
John and Nick have not had good enchiladas. It's very sad. I can't believe you.
I don't
never-
think you've had good tacos.
No, I love tacos. I love tacos. Are awesome. I just like the other things more. All of my things I love. You guys seem to hate your number 5 options. I love all of my items.
I don't hate quesadillas, but they are very overrated. It's more tortilla than it is stuff.
Yeah, because you go to the wrong place as these tiny little.
Okay,
quesadillas.
first of all, most places that forget about the ones you make at home. I get it. You can always do something better at home.
Yeah.
But when you go and you order a quesadilla
Yeah.
from, I would dare say 90% of
Really?
all restaurants, they're the very thin.
Wow.
Yes,
We
absolutely.
should do a taste test Wednesday or a crossover where we just get different quesadillas from different places and prove John wrong,
I
and
love
then
this
we can
idea.
have quesadillas.
And then we
They're
can
all
get
thin.
But see the crunch that you
The
get.
crunch is fine, but I can also get the crunch from my nachos.
Yeah, but it's a different crunch.
It's a different kind of texture. It's a different mouthfeel, John.
I think it's a better one.
God, now I want Mexican food for dinner.
I do too.
God, I'm so hungry.
I want tacos.
I want quesadilla.
Let's see. This is the email that I got earlier from Chris. Would you rather live in your dream house with terrible neighbors or a modest house with amazing neighbors? Dream house, terrible neighbors, modest house, amazing neighbors.
I've never yearned to hang out with my neighbors. I've never had that.
So But I feel like we got to unpack the bad neighbor part of this. I don't think it just means they're annoying and maybe their truck is always parked in front of the lawn all the time and it just sits there forever.
Sounds specific, Josh.
It does sound very specific.
But like more
it's like you don't like their tacos.
Maybe they're lighting off fireworks or they're getting in arguments or they're having parties too often because they're college kids.
And then they didn't invite you.
Well,
that's the real reason you're upset.
Yes, I definitely want to hang out with college kids.
I think one of the problems is like, because the question was the dream house. Was that what it was?
It's dream house, terrible neighbors, modest house.
The dream house, my dream house, there ain't no neighbors close.
Yeah, mine too.
So your dream house is about the lack of neighbors.
The next nearest neighbor is probably a couple of miles away.
So let's view it this way then. So we can go down this path. Your dream home, you're out in the middle of nowhere, but your neighbors are weird animals, owls, all the time, bears that are knocking on your door.
Bears?
Why would the bear? I don't think the bears
Why
are
is
going
he
to knock
knocking
on
on your door?
They're trying to kill you. I don't know.
Maybe the bears are like knocking on the door saying, "Why are you such an idiot? And you voted for enchiladas over tacos.
Where are the enchiladas? Knock, 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 knock." Ooh, Baymon, their yard is covered in crabgrass and it is moving into your yard. See, that's a great way to view it. It doesn't just have to be loud neighbors, but they could be doing things that annoy the crap out of you.
I mean,
they leave a bed mattress in their yard for some reason.
As long as the modest house is nice, I might vote that way because I don't think
modest?
I don't think we appreciate enough the peace and trust that comes with a good neighbor. We have been very blessed in our neighborhood, which we've been in for almost 20 years now.
And you don't have the best house of all time. No offense.
He has a grill deck, Josh. Calm down.
Have a grill deck.
Yeah, you do.
But we've always had good neighbors.
Like a good neighbor.
Some of them have been there the whole time. Others have moved in and out.
Best part about a good neighbor is not having to think about them.
Yeah.
Correct.
They're so good that you don't have to think.
A good neighbor is seen, not heard.
Yeah, a good neighbor doesn't have to mean, and then we got together for the 4th. No, it's just like they exist and nobody ever talks to each other.
Because a bad neighbor, I mean, because you think about it, home is your sanctuary.
It's where the heart is, John.
It's your sanctuary. And do you want to have someone near you in your sanctuary that is annoying you?
No.
Or that disturbs the peace of your sanctuary?
Or they're going to ring your doorbell, then you have a flaming pile of crap on your door covered in a brown bag.
Now that would be... So the crap is on fire and the bag covers it?
Sure, why not?
All right, that sounds interesting. Yeah, you don't want that, Nick.
Yeah, I don't think I don't want that.
Give me the modest house.
Yeah, I mean, my dream house is kind of a modest house anyway. Again, it's in the middle of nowhere, but...
Wow, Dan writes, literally had this situation, lived in an awesome house with terrible neighbors to move to a modest with awesome neighbors. Really important when you have kids.
That is true.
Yeah, I'll take that. Mostly my neighborhood's actually pretty fine. I wave at some people. Hey. I see a guy when I walk the banks in the morning.
You see the kids and then you hide in the bush until they pass.
A little girl waved at me when I was running today.
Yeah.
And I said, hi. I thought of you. There.
And
thought of me when you waved to a little
girl's
girl?
parents jump out and beat the crap out of you?
She smiled at me and said, thanks for, because she was with her mom. At least I assume it's her mom, maybe babysitter. I don't know. I didn't ask. I kept running.
Sure she wasn't kidnapped?
I kept running. Wow, that would have sucked.
You're an accomplice now.
Adam says, modest house in a landslide. A bad neighbor can be awful. You don't want to be next to bad people.
And I don't need a big house. I want a brick house. I want a house with a brick.
I correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think we've done this one yet. This one came in a couple of months ago from Jack John.
Oh.
You have to move to Iowa City and become a diehard Iowa fan. You're not allowed to watch or listen to the Huskers ever again. Wow. If you break the rules, you lose all the money and have to pay back every penny you spent as well. How much would you need to be paid? Now, for the purposes of this question, just think of you have to move and become a fan of your darkest rival. How much would it require you to be paid to do that?
My darkest rival?
How much would we have to pay you to be a fan of the Philadelphia Eagles?
There's no answer to this question.
I could offer you $100 million and you wouldn't become a fan of the Eagles.
Absolutely not. That would be...
You would take the money.
I would forever be the guy who sold out to be a fan of a different team. Literally sold out.
You know this.
No, people would be like, why is Josh an Eagles fan?
Well, then they wouldn't have been your real friends anyway, and you'd have enough money to buy new friends.
Your wife would be happy.
She would be jacked by this, but she'd give me crap for it.
Imagine your friends, though. Your friends might also say, wow, Josh, you're a dumbass. You decided to stay a fan of the Cowboys and not be a fan of the Eagles, and you turned down $500 million.
You know what would happen? The Eagles would immediately go in the tank, and the Cowboys would win the Super Bowl, and I'd be sad.
What if you also get your dream house in Philly?
With good or bad neighbors?
Well, it's
Eastern time. Yeah,
Again,
no, I'm not doing this. Zero.
No, you don't.
How much to be a Cowboys fan, mister? I'll take the money.
Give me $1 billion.
Really? You be a Cowboys fan for $1 billion?
Yep. Pay me, Jera.
I'll get you on the flip side, John. Come on over to the good side. Let's be Cowboys fans together. This could be the official Cowboys radio show of the States of America.
You got $1 billion?
I'll get it to you later.
I
owe you, John.
No, I need the money up front.
I'll put it in my will.
100% up front.
Dear bank, when I die, pay John $1 billion. Yeah, I'm not doing that. Nick, who do you hate the most? The Bills? Probably do it for like $50.
Well, you just became a Dolphins fan, so you don't have that deep-seated hatred.
Who's the car version of this?
Well,
Ferrari?
No, I actually like Ferrari.
Aston Martin.
Ferrari and McLaren are historic rivals, so it's
Mercedes.
weird that I like them both.
Yeah.
I like Mercedes too. That's the weird thing.
You
about
like too many
Formula One.
cars.
Fiat.
Ford?
Race. I don't know. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I ain't doing this crap. Corey writes, come on, Josh. No, Corey. Stay away from me.
Man, you're a moron.
You're a moron.
You know what? You just turned down
said
$1
that
billion.
you can be bought.
Red Bull.
I can't be bought.
If Putin is listening right now, he's already got one hand coming into that pocket of yours. Hello, John.
John's going to start being like, I think Russia is good.
What about France? How much would France pay you?
Again, $1 billion.
And you'd be like, oui, oui.
Oui, oui, I surrender. Give me my $1 billion.
I guess my answer would be Red Bull. Out of all the teams, I like them the least.
Yeah? Okay.
Red Bull's not a car.
Fans
it's a
kinda
drink.
suck.
Their fans kind of suck.
Yeah.
Hey, in the movie, they had those little nice areas for sitting. Did they build one of those at every track?
Like
the car people.
Yeah, I think it's like a
move. Like it moves.
Yeah, I think it moves.
What were you gonna say? Sorry.
It's like collapsible.
Is this the movie with the really cool camera angles?
John, it was so cool.
John, you need to watch this movie. You
Imagine,
would like
Josh.
it.
Josh, if you become an Eagles fan for $1 billion, you can buy that camera and create those camera angles. You can be your own director that you would admire. I admire this movie because I directed it.
I wouldn't have to do Big Red Overreaction anymore.
You can.
But I wouldn't do that because I love it.
You wouldn't.
I love
You wouldn't get to do Big Red.
Exactly. Jim says to move to Iowa City and become a Squawk Eye fan. No F way, billions. No way. So he had an answer in there. No way, but a few billion.
Yeah.
But no way.
I call all of you liars. If this was actually something that was offered to you, you would drop on your knees.
I thought you were a diehard fan. This is incredible.
I am.
You can be bought. Your fandom
For $1 billion. Do you know how much $1 billion is?
Yeah, it's 1,000 million.
Yeah, it's a lot of money.
It is a lot of money.
It's a lot of FU money.
You can be bought. This is Cardinals. You would be a racist Cardinals fan for $1 billion?
No, I would just be a Cardinals fan for $1 billion.
Okay. I think it's a part of the deal.
The racism is another mill.
Yeah, it's a feature, not a bug.
It's the It's the DLC. It's the racism DLC.
Oh, it's not DLC. It comes on the disc.
Charlie says, why do we refer to things that are cool or good as badass? Shouldn't they be good ass? I myself prefer good ass thing to a badass thing.
People have been talking about the words that I say. I think I'll start saying good ass more. Man, that team was good ass this weekend.
I don't know. When I describe like a delicious burrito or taco, I'm like, that's a good ass taco.
Ooh, yeah, I do say good ass sometimes.
Yeah.
Well,
that was a good ass interview with that Akron guy.
It was.
Especially when he made fun of John's question.
That was badass.
Oh.
But what if you spot a good ass and call it badass?
Oh, wow.
That's a badass good ass?
That's a badass good ass.
I remember when cold went from being bad to being good. I was in high school and somebody said that I was cold. And I said, I thought that was bad. But I caught a pass at a football practice or something. Gym class. That was cold.
I think we should start using good ass.
Let's do it.
Good ass.
The new word of the grum.
That's good ass.
Peter writes, you go to a restaurant and there's a wait. What's your max wait time before you decide to go somewhere else?
Well, A, it depends on the restaurant. And B, it depends on my patience level at that moment.
What's your max wait time at like Popeyes?
See, I have zero tolerance for Popeyes because the concept
know,
is
John.
called fast food. And when there's nobody else in line and it still takes forever.
But they have good ass food.
If it's like a good local, like steakhouse or something, and I'm really craving it, I will wait up to 45 minutes.
40 was going to be my
But
number.
if it's like Applebee's or something like that's going to be a 45-minute wait, I'm like, nope,
So
I'm leaving.
I met some friends recently at the new brewery in Ashland. I met Jack a couple of weeks ago, and the wait time was 90 minutes.
Jeez.
And so we left and went into Ashland and went somewhere else. And so 90 minutes, way too long, especially for that spot because it was kind of in the middle of nowhere. We couldn't just like put in our name and then walk to a different place,
Right?
Which I've done before. So I there's this place in Chicago that's overrated, I might add, that is known for the pizza being in
the bowl.
Yeah.
It's what the Chicago Grinder Company or
Yeah,
something.
it's
I
an
know.
awesome idea, but it did not do for me what I was hoping it would. It was a 3-hour wait, but we went next door and had some drinks there, and then we eventually went to the Pizza Grinder Co. or whatever.
So last week, because we were in California, I enjoyed the Superior Burger and fries. In-N-Out.
Oh man,
Hell yeah, you did, John.
And I would have waited an hour.
But it's fast food, man.
Yeah,
but it's fast food that we don't have around here.
That's right. And it's much better than Popeyes.
That is not true. That is badass.
Oh, that was some good food, man. Now,
your taste
the problem
buds
is
suck.
the problem is the wife would not have waited.
Yeah.
She was like, I don't get this. That's because you don't appreciate good burgers and
I think-
fries, especially the fries.
I think 45 minutes is kind of my hard
Oh,
limit.
the animal style fries.
They're good.
Lots of good ass and badass conversations coming in. Michael writes, hyphens are critical with the usage of that phrase. A good ass taco is very different from a good ass taco.
That's true.
Kyle writes, something is good ass and someone is badass. You had a good ass time eating a good ass burrito, but the waiter was a badass. So badass is used to describe people. Good ass is used to describe things.
That's not true.
That was a good ass football game.
Yeah,
That's
but
a
people-
badass car.
People say it's a badass car or a badass concert. You know.
But those are, I guess they do say badass concert. All right, we'll keep exploring this. Bill writes, this is a good ass segment.
I just think we need to start changing the vernacular. We need to make good again.
Make good
good again.
Make good ass again.
Sky writes, John and Josh. So it's for either of us. I'm gone for the week.
Cool.
John, no, you'll see why, Nick. Or you are gone for the week, and we're looking for a fill-in host. If Austin is the first alternate and Stibbs is like fourth or whatever, who would be, say, number 29 on the list? How far down the list is Ian Alio? How far down on the list would we have to go? Well, you just go solo a lot of the time. And I don't like doing that. I like having
He's not solo when he's got me. We talk baseball and racing.
Yeah, that's
yeah. But if I'm not, it's tough when I'm not familiar with someone.
Yeah,
I would almost prefer to do it myself versus especially
trying it with a new person.
Well, it depends on the. I mean, if I
It's always
know the
scary.
person,
Yeah.
Like let's say I'll just throw a name like Brunts. I mean, Brunts. I know Brunts.
You've
and
never
he's
done
been
a show
regular
with him,
guy.
though,
Never
yeah.
done a show with him, but I could be comfortable because I've been with.
Because you've talked to him.
Because I've talked to him before. But if it's someone I don't know, or have very, I mean, the only time I have any correspondence with Ian is on Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but we don't hang out in the same place. I wouldn't say he's 29th, maybe 27th.
Yeah.
I wonder what a John and Ian hangout would be like.
Oh, I mean, you can make it happen when I am on vacation next month.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that'll do. Maybe you'll do it. Chris writes, going back to the rival question, no amount of money would make me move to Columbus and root for Ohio State as a Michigan fan. Josh is a real fan. Thank you, Chris. John, fake fan.
You're both real idiots.
You're a good
You're
ass
turning down
fan.
$1 billion.
No.
Life-changing money. You would never have to work again. You
I
would
love
be able
work.
to tell
I
all
love
of
my
your
job.
enemies,
I love work.
screw
I
you,
love my
I have $1
job.
billion.
Bigly.
You don't. You could spend the rest of your life making their lives miserable by being so filthy rich.
Why would you see?
And
why,
all you have to do.
why do you want to make people's lives miserable? Don't you want to be happy?
I would be happy.
You get billions of, and then just you spite people. You open a spite store, but you're a Cowboys fan. You'd be miserable. You would be unhappy. People would say money can't buy you happiness, and that money would not buy you happiness.
The question didn't say I had to actively fly a flag and.
You're a fan. You have to become a fan. You have to come over to my house and we have to root for them together.
No, I wouldn't be close.
As pals. Where? Oh, because you're moving out in the middle of nowhere with your bears that are knocking on your door.
Where's your enchiladas? Where's your enchiladas? Your assy enchiladas. I'd rather have tacos.
Sam writes, how far into the hundreds is Jason Peter?
Well, the problem is he ended up leaving midway through the show anyway. Sorry, can't. My contract.
NFL called me again. All right, see you later.
Yeah, I love all these people like, I'm a real fan.
We are. We're real fans.
You are not.
We are.
If
Sorry
you
that
were
you're a
given the
fake-ass
offer,
fan.
You would do it in a heartbeat. You'd be like, see ya.
No, I would not.
You'd go hug your wife and kiss her and say, we're on the same team now,
Do you know
honey.
how, it is ingrained. It is a natural reaction to, get actively angry when they win. I can't.
Same here.
I can't change. You're saying you can change that about yourself. That means
For
that
$1 billion?
No way.
Yes, I could change for $1
It'd
billion.
be so fake. I would feel so fake going, woo, Jalen Hurts, you're not overrated and great because of all the awesome players
Yeah, we're only
around
talking
you.
about 18 weeks out of the year. For the rest of the time,
You have to wear a Cowboys
filthy,
hat.
You're filthy freaking rich.
You have to wear a Cowboys hat. You have to wear Cowboys shirts and clothes. You have to throw.
You don't have to.
Yes, you do. It's called being a fan, not a pretend fan. You have to be a real fan. You have to read John Machota on The Athletic.
It doesn't.
Listen, he's the beat writer for The Athletic, or Saad Youssef. Jeff Kavanaugh, you got to listen to the podcast.
These real names.
You got to go Bob Stern.
Star Wars
you got to subscribe to his Substack.
How many of these people
You
are
got to
related
listen
to
to
Coppola?
Zip Woo-Wah.
Well, let's find out, Nick.
You got to read Flitch Fleet Vlog.
Dave writes, if I can ignore sports for the rest of my life, I'll take the money, but I have to cheer for that team. Nope. See, there you go. You have to cheer for
Again,
them.
you're all lying.
No
I'm
way.
telling you, you would be given the opportunity. You would run with it. Run with it.
Cody writes, missed the dumb debate, but I would cheer for Iowa for $1 billion. No questions asked.
Welcome.
So another.
That's a smart man.
Go Hawks.
That's a very smart
Sam
man.
writes, I could lie to myself and root for UConn. Nika, is it Mule? Nika Mule and Liam McNeely. I'm sure they're nice folks.
You know what?
John
Or
already
you could
root-
do it.
John already
You could
rooted
do it
for
for
UConn.
$10 billion. I could do it for $10 billion. Buy the Cowboys, move them to Los Angeles, change their name to the Rams.
No, that's not allowed, John.
What do you mean? It's my money. I can do with it as I want.
Roger Goodell won't allow for such a thing.
Or I could buy the Cowboys, contract them, and just end business altogether. Then I'd be a fan of something that doesn't exist.
Alex and
But I'd
Lincoln,
be filthy rich.
Bishop doesn't even like football. That's why it's so easy for him. Great call.
Mine might be Nebraska, now that I think about it.
You don't hate Nebraska.
They were the first team growing up that I always had an about.
But it isn't. It makes you sick when they win. Do your stomach hurt when you think about victories? That is being a hater. My stomach hurts sometimes, Nick. It hurts. It's called being a fan. John wouldn't know it. I
you should
can't
try
believe-
some Tums.
I should. Maybe I'll take those next time.
Tums are badass.
when they're playing the Chiefs in the
Good,
Super Bowl.
good. When you're sitting there in the poorhouse when you're
Poorhouse.
75
It's
years
a nice
old,
house.
and
It has a yard.
Well, that
waving your
means you
little
have bad
cowboy
neighbors.
flag saying, I didn't take the $1 billion, so I root for the Eagles.
Hey, maybe they'll win someday. Probably not.
And you end up in a pauper's grave. You'll regret it.
Lee says, you ever put a bet on your rival and found yourself rooting for them? Worst feeling ever. Yeah, it's not a good time. It's a
Well,
miserable
I don't
experience.
bet, so
yeah,
it
you
doesn't
don't.
matter.
Yeah.
And that is Dumb Debates.
Wow.
Another fine episode.
Mm-hmm. That was good stuff.
We have content coming up.
Yep.
Including not only what can Brown do for you, but what happens when Brown happens to you.
Oh, nice. So we're going to double up on this topic.
Yeah, we're going to
we have some video now.
We have some video now.
Awesome.
Are you still talking about being in the bathroom and coming up with dumb debates?
Nice, Nick.
No, yeah, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
16:20 in the zone.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike. What? What's going on over there, Giggles?
Yes, John. You got that smirk about
Titan Mike's mom.
Oh, yes. Haven't heard from her in a while.
Says, if the taste of a taco is so important, can I come in later for Taste Test Wednesday? Yes, Casey, Mike's mom, you can bring us some tacos.
Always allowed. Always allowed.
Yeah.
You know who else is always allowed? Nick Grimm. He's allowed to read questions on the radio.
Good luck.
That's true. Thank you. College football fans and media have gone to their battle stations over the proposed playoff plans. Has this week changed your expectation on what's to come with expanding or not expanding the format?
It has reinforced my expectation on what's going to happen, and that is we're in a stalemate, and there will be no change in the foreseeable future, and we will revisit this topic again next year, but the 12-teamer will stay for another season.
I think I had a hot take within the last month and a half or so that they were actually going to get something past the finish line before December 1st. I don't really feel that strongly about it anymore, but I don't know. There's just a part of me that still thinks they're going to figure out something. Ultimately, I think I agree with you, and I really hope that it's even better this year and that we get better matchups, the seeding works out better, because if there becomes suddenly a groundswell for it where it's like, this is good, I mean, that would be pretty nice. That said, Tone doesn't really care what you think, whether or not you vote in a poll question on Twitter or otherwise.
At Big Ten Media Days on Monday, Mike Loxley told ESPN he lost his locker room.
I had to choose between paying young players who are coming in or reward the older players that have been through the fire 3 bowl wins, and I tried to do both with limited resources, and that's what you get. A locker room with the heaves and haves and have-nots.
I thought I was going to say heaves and hoes for some reason.
Nice.
Your thoughts on that?
Not great. Not a good look. And I know that this is going to become more of a talking point moving forward where, like, oh, man, it's just so hard to manage the locker room now. But as the sport becomes more professionalized, it's what you have to deal with. And I don't know. I don't really feel bad for them. This is just how things are. The sport is becoming this way. So not great. You hope the guy down in Lincoln is doing a much better job at figuring that out. He had more to the quote where he was basically like, leave your stuff outside the door. Don't talk about it inside the locker room. And at least for college, this stuff is not publicly available. If you're inside of a locker room, in Major League Baseball, you're able to look and see what one of your teammates makes. It's all publicly available. It's not, of course, in college sports.
It isn't. And yeah, this is a poor reflection on the leadership.
Yeah.
I mean, professional coaches deal with this stuff all the time. Now, the difference is the professional coaches usually aren't also the general managers. But in this case, even though there are now general manager positions in college sports, the coach is the last. He is the last arbiter. He is the decider, as G.W. Bush used to say.
Nice.
He is the decider. And so it's your choice who gets paid what and how much, and you make the rules. And if someone comes in and disrupts the locker room, there's the door.
Yep.
You have the choice. You set the bar. You set the culture. And as long as your policies are consistent and everybody knows up front, hey, who's getting what and why, then you'll be fine. And if it means you lose a few guys, you lose a few guys. But you won't lose your locker. The only reason you lose a locker room is because you allow it to be lost. Get rid of the lost folks if they're causing a disruption.
You have done that to yourself.
Nice reference, Nick.
Thank you. Death, taxes, and another player linked to the Georgia football team accused of reckless driving.
Jiminy Christmas.
4-star safety, that's ironic, commit Chase Calicut was arrested in connection with a violent driving incident in his hometown of Houston. Go Dogs.
So what happened was, this happened in July, earlier this month.
Which is almost over, which means it's August.
2 people in a car, were in a different car, I'll just read. 2 people, a 17-year-old boy and a 17-year-old girl were in a different car when Calicut's vehicle pulled up behind them. Reports say Calicut sped ahead before hitting the brakes and forcing the other car to avoid a collision. Quote, The teen drove around Callicut's car and tried to get away, but Callicut pulled up next to him again. He was allegedly driving erratically in front of and alongside the other vehicle, and one of the other folks in the other vehicle saw Callicut saw a handgun pointed at him.
Whoa. Yikes. And it's not good that this, it's not good it's happening, but he's not even there yet. You know?
It's almost like they seek out these folks. Hey, what's your driving record? Bad? Great, you're in.
Yeah, it is. I don't even know what to say with this stuff anymore because it's just happened time after time. And you would just think that along the way, the various crimes that have been committed and people losing their lives would eventually cause it to stop, but it somehow gets worse.
North Carolina announced today that their entire home football schedule is sold out. I guess folks in Chapel Thrill are excited about Belichick.
Yeah, I'll be honest. So I'm not surprised that it's sold out. Are we surprised it took until July 23rd? Like, are they as excited as you would have expected? Like Deion Sanders, I would love to know when Colorado sold out their home schedule ahead of 2023. I bet it was earlier than July 23rd.
Right, but it's probably a smaller stadium. I don't think there's anything to be read into it that there's lack of interest. The fact that they have sold out and they trumpeted it and they, put it out there on social media, I think it's significant. I wouldn't read too much into it that it's later. The good news is, at least as far as we're concerned, is we haven't heard a lot recently from Camp Belichick. This is the quietest it's been on the weird young girlfriend scene.
It has been
quite some time.
Very quiet. Very quiet.
And that must be a good thing.
By the way, Colorado announced in September of 2023 that they sold out all their schedule, so I'm wrong on that one. Seemed like there was certainly more excitement for it, though, than that would have entailed. Yeah, people
Meanwhile, North Carolina's sold out, Nebraska's not.
Yikes. That's tough. I think there's obviously excitement. I definitely think if you were to break it down in like a pie chart, it would be more curiosity than excitement, but I think people are definitely excited. I think they're just trying to figure out what the hell it's going to look like.
How much of those do you think were individual people, or do you think Jordan? Is
it jogging or yogging with a soft J?
You think she just scooped them all up?
So it's like when people do the book thing where they buy like 30,000 copies to get it on the New York Times bestseller. That would be amazing. It'd be hard to hide this, though, but there'd be 30,000 empty seats.
That would be funny if she sold one of those properties that she recently rented out.
Congrats to her.
So she could buy up the rest of the tickets.
Imagine having the money to not only buy a property, but then feel like, yeah, I could just rent this out. I don't need it.
That'd be pretty sweet.
Must be nice.
Must be, Nick.
John, you famously hate declaring anything rock bottom in the moment, but what if you put a qualifier in front of that description like Dave Roberts did after the Dodgers bullpen imploded on Tuesday night? It better be rock bottom as far as we've been pitching, how we've been playing defense. Is that okay?
Yeah, because he's not declaring this is rock bottom like Scott Frost did when he said after that Michigan game in 2018, well, we've hit rock bottom. No, you have no idea if you've hit rock bottom. What Roberts is saying is this better be our rock bottom.
Well, they're losing to him again.
So he's basically challenging his team, saying we need to pull up the nose on this thing. This is poor. So it's fine for him to put the qualifier on it. He's not saying this is rock bottom and then, of course, eventually proven wrong because he's a moron like Scott Frost.
Whoa.
He's not doing that.
Oh, okay.
I feel like the translation.
He's not a moron.
I feel like the translation is really there's way too much money sunk into this for this to be this bad.
It's baseball, though. This happens in baseball. They'll be fine.
The Dodgers are pretty stinky right now.
Aren't they still in first place in the division, though?
Well, they are, but they had a huge lead.
Yeah. Yeah, John's right. He added the qualifier, so it's A-okay with me.
Nice.
Yeah.
Big Ben Johnson wants Bears quarterback Williams to complete 70% of passes. But will he?
That would be Caleb Williams, of course, entering his second year. The person who wrote this question forgot to include the first name because they probably just copy and pasted the headline of the story.
I think we all know who Williams is in this context.
It's Orpra.
It would be Orpa. It'd be quite the jump. 62.5 completion percentage last year, John. So we're talking about pretty much an 8% jump. In terms of number of games last year where he was above 70, it would be He did that 5 times.
Mhm.
He did it against your Rams. They beat the Rams last
Yes,
year.
we played like crap.
They beat the Jags when he completed
I don't
79%.
know what it is with my teams and playing subpar against sub 500.
Completed 74% against the Packers in a loss, completed 74% against the Niners in a loss, and then 72% against the Packers in a win. So can he do it? I mean, Ben Johnson's awesome. I think that they've made some upgrades with his line, so that's good. I will say no. He's in the high 60s. He improves, but he doesn't get to 70.
I mean, 70, that's elite level stuff.
Yeah.
Is he an elite level quarterback? Are the Bears an elite level offense? I mean, history says hell no.
Hell no.
He's not doing it.
Check out this quote from very, very recently retired Ndamukong Suh.
Oh!
Detroit, in my opinion, when I first came out, really gave me the short end of the stick. I should have been paid more than Matthew Stafford.
Whoa.
They didn't value me enough to say, hey, you're not going to get paid more than our quarterback.
I get how good he was in the beginning, but to suggest that a defensive tackle should be paid more than a quarterback? No offense, Mr. Sue, because I don't want you to get angry and
Crash his car and you.
But you weren't Aaron Donald. And I wouldn't even say Aaron Donald deserves to be paid more than a franchise quarterback, of which Matthew Stafford was drafted to be.
You mean Arnold Darnold?
Arnold Darnold.
Aaron Donald, the GOAT defensive tackle. Yeah, this should have been paid more than Matthew Stafford. Are you crazy? You know how that would have been received across the league? It would have been, what are the freaking Lions thinking? They go out and they get Matthew Stafford, who's supposed to be their franchise quarterback, and they're going to pay some defensive tackle more? Come on.
Sometimes Ndamukong Suh has really bad takes. Like Micah Parsons level bad. And this would be one of those really bad takes.
Yeah.
I can't believe that he would think that way. He wasn't, on a roster with some god-awful, terrible quarterback. It was with Matt Stafford, who was putting up massive numbers every year. And like you said, he is a franchise guy. I don't understand that. Come on, Ndamukong.
Oh, Josh, this one's for you.
Oh.
NASCAR.
No.
Will host a street race at a naval base at Naval Base Coronado next June, replacing the street race in Chicago. John and Josh, of course. Is this a good idea?
So what is it? What's going on? They're playing. They're racing around troops.
They're going to race on an Air Force base in San Diego.
So troops will be there.
Base race.
Yes, troops will be there. This is why I like this idea. I mean, NASCAR likes to lean into America and military and stuff like this. I mean, they are appealing to their audience.
Was it Joe Nemechek that had the Army car?
Yes.
Yeah.
He had the Army car.
You know about Joe Nemechek, right?
No.
I like it. But again, I still think that they are leaning way too much into the road courses. That's not what NASCAR is. I don't mind the road courses. They just are doing too many of them.
You know what this sounds like to me? This sounds to me like NASCAR is trying to be like Formula One. You know how many
cameras?
You know how many tracks on the Formula One calendar are just refitted old Air Force bases that they just race cars on now?
I actually don't.
A couple.
Wow. What's up with your sport trying to be more like Formula E?
Oh, it's because it's the pinnacle of motorsport.
Formula Uno.
The pinnacle of motorsports. No passing allowed.
Formula Eins.
John, there's been a lot of passing this season. It's been very fun.
Oh, was it captured on one of those cool camera angles?
I wish those camera angles.
They're
in an
too
actual
heavy,
race.
John. They can't put them on the cars for the race. They're too heavy.
Well, didn't they film it?
Well, how impractical is that?
Didn't they also film it with other cars? So they had like a Formula One style car racing next to the Brad Pitt car, and then they were filming it like that too.
Oh, probably. I was talking about the one that was on the car that would go.
Oh,
whoop, whoop,
yeah.
Whoop whoop.
It was sweet.
I'm sure it was great.
I can't believe you, John.
John, I think you really would like this movie.
I'm not saying anything bad about the movie. I might like it, but I'm probably not going to go. Oh
John
my God,
doesn't
this
care
is the greatest
about
camera angle ever.
John doesn't care about like new fun things. He wants it to be
What do
like
you
it
mean?
was
I
in
do like new
1992.
fun things.
We just said this was technology that had literally never been used before, and you've been crapping on it for 3 days. I like
because
new
I've
fun
watched
things.
enough racing. I've watched enough sports. Now we got drones and everything. We're seeing all kinds of cool camera
And yet
angles.
this is a new one.
I mean, if you're telling me this movie's great because of this camera angle,
No.
then there's something wrong.
I didn't say it was great because of it. I said it was, and I didn't even say it was great. I gave it 3.5 out of 5 stars on Letterboxd. It was solid, but the camera angles were sweet.
Cool.
So yeah, you don't like it when people get excited for fun things.
No,
Daddy, I got an A in class. I don't care. I got A's too, son. That's John when Christian came home.
do
in
that.
4th grade.
I bet a lot of kids got A's.
Yeah.
You ain't special.
Get a special A then.
It's been a while.
Wow.
Yeah, remember that bit?
Yeah.
Since we did a new uniform check, what do we think of the Cleveland Browns' new alternates?
So these are based off of what year?
I don't know if they're based off. I think they're just alternates. I don't think they're historic in any way.
Really? I thought they were. I thought they were supposed to be like some old school, uniforms from the olden times.
For our radio listeners, our audio-only listeners.
Yes.
They are dark brown from head to toe.
I mean, it literally is poop.
It includes the helmet.
And so you got the dark brown head to toe. The 2 stripes on the helmet are orange and the numbers are orange, but everything else is dark brown.
They call this Alpha Dog with a W. Yeah, you're right. I guess I thought this was something. I thought this was, in honor of a generation.
I don't know if it is or not. I really don't. I guess they're okay. I mean, I don't hate them, but I also don't really like them.
Hear me out.
You like them. You always like NFL alternates.
I like the combination of the neon orange with the dark brown. I think it's a cool contrast.
There's a reason that 2 teams use this color combination in sports. It's because it's a bad one and they need to stop. It's horrible. I don't care that it's different. It's terrible. Jordan writes, did you see the photo? Oh, wait. Yeah, we did. Other comment from Jordan. Typical Gen X behavior. Someone tells him something is cool and he instantly hates it.
Again, I never said I hated it. I'm just like...
You're making fun of it, though.
Big deal. Whoop-de-doo.
It's wild. They did something that has literally never been done before, and your response...
It's not like they set a world record or anything.
I bet you would care if it was a NASCAR movie.
Yeah, all I said was they did something brand new that had never been done before. They invented a new piece of technology.
Great.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Unreal.
I'm not going to go to the movie just for this.
I didn't go to the movie just for that, John. My God. I didn't even know about it.
You're going to turn this camera angle into the same thing that people used to do with Office Space. Oh, man, it's the funniest movie every time. Then I'm going to go there. It's like, it really wasn't that
I never even said that. You're going to hate it. By the time you actually see it, you're going to be like, it wasn't that big of a deal. I thought it was cool, though. By the way,
I'm sure it was great.
El Scorcho, our resident Browns fan, says, not a throwback, just a mid-alternate.
Oh.
Kyle says, John is the last person I tell cool, fun news to. Tell him you're having a kid and listen to him tell you how stupid
I've had kids.
He's already done it. So
you're comparing having a kid to a stupid camera angle?
No, we're comparing having a kid to just learning a piece of new information and you poo-pooing it.
Although the new camera
already did.
The new camera is kind of like having a kid. It got birthed into the world.
Oh, that's a great way to describe it.
Yeah, but okay, the only thing you've talked about with this movie is this stupid camera angle.
Oh, see, I knew it.
No, Josh, you know what's going to happen? Eventually, there's going to be a Matthew Stafford biopic, and they're going to use this camera, and suddenly John's going to be like, oh, my God.
So cool, that camera angle. Well, probably not, because if it was designed for racing, unless Matthew Stafford, who is a former Georgia Bulldog, maybe he got caught in a speeding accident.
I think they could find a way to translate this camera angle into other things that aren't just racing.
They created it off of, because it's the same director who did the second
Top Gun.
Yeah. It's the same director, and so they use some of the technology and they put it on cars.
Cool.
Yeah,
it is cool, John.
But yes, Jordan, we did.
Yeah. Ass John.
So they did the helmet reveal of this new Browns uniform today. I'm not sure really why they did it this way. Instead of just like having a press conference and having the players come out in the uniforms.
In fairness to them, we're talking about it.
Well, we are, but we're not talking about it because of the reveal, but because of what happened at the reveal. So they're on it looks like some kind of it's a barge. They're on, I'm assuming was it Lake Erie that's next to Cleveland? I'm assuming they're on the lake.
It's got to be a dirty ass lake.
They're on a body of water.
Okay.
And they've got the giant inflatable Browns helmet underneath a tarp, and they are pulling the tarp away to reveal the helmet, where there is a photographer standing off to the side, right at the edge of the barge. Tarp comes off, and whoops! Photographer falls into the water.
And by the way, she
was standing too close to the edge and wasn't paying attention and went into the drink.
The part that made me laugh was that it was a dude wipe that sponsored the big tarp over it, which was just so funny. Oh my gosh.
I think this was a woman. I'm not sure. Not that it matters, but
oh wow, it doesn't matter. Women don't matter.
Well, no, it just
like if it was a man
the
photographer, he
gender
wouldn't
of
have
the
fallen
individual
in.
fell in the water doesn't matter, but just standing there, and all of a sudden he's like, "Whoops!" It's like,
oopsies.
Why weren't you paying attention? And why were they doing this on a barge in the first place?
Excellent questions. We asked the
I mean,
important
imagine the money that they spent on this.
Wonder how much a barge is. Rent a barge.
I have no idea. I don't even know what a barge is.
It's a floating platform on the water.
Okay, there you go. No
Jordan is a good question. Can you imagine how much more John would hate Lord of the Rings if they used this camera angle in those
you'd
movies?
be really triggered. You'd be.
Could you
extra
imagine
triggered.
that camera angle during the Battle of Rohan?
Oh my gosh!
Especially
Nick.
there at Mount Doom. Oh, look at this camera angle of Mount Doom. Ooh. It makes it look so doomy.
It would make it look so doomy.
John, Mount Doom is full of doom. I don't know how else to describe it.
Imagine if they would have had this camera angle when the chick fell off the edge of the Browns barge.
Hey, that would have been good. It would be nice to have another angle of this.
Sure.
It would.
I want a remake of Titanic, but just that scene of that guy hitting the propeller with
Bonk.
the camera angle.
El Scorcho says the alternate reveal was literally sponsored by ass wipes.
It
You
was.
can't make this
You
up.
can't make it up.
Man, I feel bad for Browns fans. I know I'm a sad sack NFL fan, but Browns fans have it way worse than me.
Oh, Browns fans. I mean,
Dude Wipes knew what they were doing.
Of course, yes, that was a part
Yeah.
of the bit, in my opinion. They
It
wouldn't have-
was. Dude Wipes intentionally seeks stuff like this out.
Yeah, and the Browns did it on purpose. That's
I
funny.
mean, you realize that butt wipes are designed to eliminate the brown.
But this unveiled more brown.
Right, but it's just
But that's why they did it.
It's just the idea of dude wipes eliminates the brown, just like the Browns eliminate themselves. All right.
Dinner?
Dinner.
After all that talk of Browns,
now we got to figure out what we're eating.
What are we eating? Create more Browns, so we need dude wipes. 1620 the zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up.
Because Shohei's so good.
You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just, like, going out to eat.
So the Twins are trying to hold off the Dodgers here in the 9th, and with 2 outs, Mookie Betts reached. And Ohtani was just given the Barry Bonds treatment. They walked him intentionally.
Wow.
Moving Betts into scoring position, representing the tying run.
Because they were scared of Shohei doing something incredible.
Yeah, John has a new name for Shohei.
He does.
Yeah. Orpa.
Orpa.
Last night we did Dairy Chef out in Elkhorn. Very good. You probably haven't been to Dairy Chef.
I've not been to Dairy Chef.
Have you heard of Dairy Chef?
It's just like a local fast food ice cream place, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Every small town everywhere has some place just like that called Dairy something.
You sound like John with the cool camera.
No, I'm sure it's good.
Oh,
it's
was
just,
your dinner better with the cool camera?
It would have been.
Every place has one of those places.
Yeah, but why were you like, yeah?
We didn't really, you know what?
Fremont doesn't have one?
We didn't really have.
Yeah, because Fremont's whack.
We had one called Dairy Sweet. It got burned down, though.
The one in Crescent, the cream place.
Oh, yeah.
I thought that was in
Krispy Kreme.
That's in Council
Krispy
Bluffs.
Kreme.
It's not in it's in Council Bluffs.
No, it's not in Council Bluffs.
Yeah, it is.
It's outside of Council Bluffs.
It's right outside of Council Bluffs, but it's still Council
It's
Bluffs.
like a 30-minute drive.
No.
Last night we had some.
What
we had some
hell?
mastacholi with some meat sauce
Nick
and a
was right. I was
salad.
wrong.
It was
Nick,
delicious.
I apologize.
Sounds good. I was wrong about something with chicken last night. I forgot that she was at a work dinner. So I wasn't that hungry, when I got home. I just had a couple peanut butter wraps.
Peanut butter? What is that?
You just get some peanut butter, put it on a tortilla, wrap it up.
Whoa, that is the most depressing meal you've had yet.
It's pretty good.
That is depressing.
I think we're doing something with chicken tonight, though.
Tonight, got to do a quick dinner. Probably doing a little mac and cheese action.
Are you going to ask Chance to bring you food again?
No, but it is mac and cheese from his establishment.
Nice.
Yeah.
Unclear.
Might
be having left. I don't know.
How do you feel about the peanut butter wrap situation?
It does sound pretty depressing. By the way, they just
pretty good.
Just walk the bases loaded now
on purpose.
And now Fred Freeman gets to come up.
Did they?
Now the winning run is in scoring position.
Did they walk Mookie on purpose? Or was that an accident?
No, that was yeah, because there was 2 out. It was 2 out, nobody on.
No, but I thought
Betts reached, and then they intentionally
my bad.
walked.
Did they intentionally walk after Shohei as well?
No, that was not.
Okay.
That
So
was an unintentional walk.
That was an oopsie poopsie.
Yes.
Oh boy.
That was a badass pitching performance.
Nice, good reference, Nick. Good reference.
I feel like we need to stay on the air until this game's over now.
Nope.
Well, it all depends on old Fred Freeman here. Nothing in 1 the count. Bases loaded, 2 out. Twins by a run. The pitch. Strike down hard of the plate, right over the inside corner, and it's 0-2.
Don't disseminate.
You're disseminating, John.
Speaking of,
I should probably do this in Minnesotan. So Jack's there through the four-seamer.
Eh?
He threw. Well, that's more Canadian. Here's the 0-2. Oh, he buried that curveball in the dirt, and Fred he didn't offer at it, eh?
What do we?
Today's game brought to you by Grain Belt Beer, eh? We have Grain Belt. I don't know. I'm still doing Canadian.
Instead of a strike zone, do you think they call it the casserole dish?
Nice, Nick. What do we got on the ground tomorrow?
Well, we got a 1-2 count here on Old Freeman. It's Robin Washington. It's Alabama in 25 teams.
Hell yes.
Here's the pitch. Swung on and fouled off, backing out of play. Eh?
Incredible. All right.
There
Good
you
show,
go.
guys. Good job.
What a blast that we had today.
We did a lot of stuff.
It was a lot of fun.
We barely even talked about Dylan and how good he's got to be, and how good he will be or won't be.
I mean, we got the whole off season. We got the
Whole
whole
off
we have the
season.
whole lifespan of a housefly.
Bye.